Good evening. This is the September 28th regular board meeting of the Reston Association Board of Directors. In a minute, I'll ask for adoption of an amended agenda. But I had a couple of announcements I wanted to share with folks online and here, and it's great to see 5 members here in attendance, and practically our whole staff. No, not that many, but many members of our staff. First, I wanted to announce the resignation of my dear friend Mike Collins from the Board of Directors of Reston Association. Michael had served 2 stints as a member of this board, and his last turn to the board was a period of great personal stress for Michael. He lost his spouse after a battle with devastating illness. And yet he continued to serve our community with grace and dignity and full attention most of the time. But he has gotten an opportunity that requires him to be otherwise engaged on Thursday nights, and rather than try and give it half an act, he decided to give an opportunity for somebody else to serve. Michael served in the apartment owner's representative slot. And so the process for replacing Michael will be that we put out a call for nominees, and the deadline for folks to bring themselves forward will be October 12th. And thereafter, the apartment owners will vote on the nominees who come forward. So I encourage all of you who might want to serve in that capacity to give it serious thought and to put together your application and get it to Ms. Copeland before the close of business on the 12th. I also wanted to welcome our newest member of the staff, our Director of Communications, Carol O'Donnell. Come on, stand up a little bit and wave to everybody. There you go. Kara joins us from a successful career, and I look forward to working with her. She lives in Reston, which is a major plus, and is quite familiar with all of the goings-on in Reston over the last several years. And those who have heard about the hiring, congratulations, Mac, on that, have done nothing but congratulate me and indicating that we're going to be dealing with a professional who's going to help Reston get its positive story out, not only to the membership, but to the entirety of the Commonwealth of Virginia and the country. The other thing I want to be clear tonight is, as I've gotten, and there'll be comments, member comments, tonight is the first conversation about our budget, not the last. We will not be acting on the budget until November. So I'm more than happy to hear from people's thoughts on the budget. Several people have signed up to speak to the budget. But tonight is just the beginning of the process. We'll have a conversation tonight. We'll have a conversation in October, and we will take final action in November. So I don't want anybody to be under a misunderstanding that there's going to be decisions made tonight. And so with that, let me ask for a motion to adopt the agenda and to amend it to eliminate item O, which is the 2022 audit and tax returns. At the Finance Committee meeting on Monday night, some questions were raised regarding the audit and more specifically the tax return. I won't go into the details of what those questions were, but staff indicated they would need some time, and the outside auditor indicated they'd need some time to answer those questions. We don't have to file until the middle of November, so we have time for those questions to be answered and brought back to the full board for action at the October meeting. The other item I want to bring the members' attention to is under new business. I've circulated a letter that I'm looking for the board to authorize me to sign. It's not in final form, just in case anybody's worried about my grammar or my punctuation. But I want to get the general concept adopted by the board regarding the proposals we've seen in the paper or in the blogs over the last several days regarding a casino in Reston. I thought all the risks we took was joining RA. At any rate, so there'll be, that conversation would be under new business, I believe, is appropriate, counsel? We sent off the letter 2 days ago.
You did. You could bring it up.
Okay. I'll reference it in our land use update, but I need to have a conversation in executive session before we take final action on that letter. So that'll be under new business. And so that would be the agenda that I propose we adopt, and if there aren't any objections or other amendments, Director Flashman, you have a thought.
Yes, I would like to request that we insert another executive session immediately following item K for discussion with council.
My intention is to have that conversation before we discuss item K, if that's acceptable to you.
I would prefer to have it after.
I prefer to have it before, if it's all right with you. I don't want to have 3 executive sessions, Director Flashman. We already have 2 scheduled. If you would indulge me, we've got a long agenda.
I understand. Would we put Barton Hill somehow before the executive session?
There are other things to be discussed in executive session. Barton Hill can be discussed in that executive session. I believe council's ready to discuss the matter in that executive session before we take up the Barton Hill matter. So if that's okay with you, I'd like to keep with the agenda as proposed.
My preference, but all right.
Can I have, is there any objection to the agenda as amended? Hearing and seeing none, so ordered, Brittany? And the first item of business is member comments. So podium's over here. I welcome anyone who wants to speak to the board to come up to the podium. Please give us your name and your address. You will have 3 minutes, and I hope Ms. Copeland has her little bell.
Yeah.
And we'll be happy to hear from you. And
I have a question.
sir?
I have a question. I'm here to talk about the Barton Hill project. Just begun, member comments now?
That's correct.
Before the project?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Do we have people signed up to speak? Go ahead and call. I got it. I want her to call the names.
Mr. Bill Roundtree?
Mr. Roundtree, are you, I think you're online? If you could unmute yourself, you have 3 minutes.
How's that? Can you hear me?
Wonderful. Please proceed.
Okay, Mr. President, Mrs. Vice President. Barton Hill. I need to give you all and Brittany an update. We have listed to speak Tom Pastor. He has sent you his comments earlier and is not available to speak in person tonight.
Bill, could I interrupt you and ask you for your address?
I'm sorry. Bill Roundtree, 1963, Barton Hill Road, Reston, Virginia, 703-648-0276.
Please proceed.
Secondly, Rick Cassay, another member of our task force, will not be speaking tonight. He also has sent his statements to you, to the board earlier, which warrant your review. I've just gotten an update from Izzy Santa, who is also on our task force, and she has a work commitment tonight downtown and will not be speaking. I'm going to be about another 15 or 20 seconds, and then I would like to transfer my balance of time to Dr. Laura David, who's an MD and represents Harper Square, if that's permissible.
Actually, it's not, but go ahead and let's see how much you can get done.
Gotcha. Thank you. We've given you everything we can. My condolences on Mike, and I think he's done a terrific job, and I hope that he can stay engaged in some capacity. We've given you the science, we've given you the medicine, we've given you the golden rule, we've given you some options to consider during our 2 community meetings. I don't know if we're quite ready for prime time, because what we're hearing is that Autumnwood neighbors about 1,000 feet away are complaining about noise, and they want a sound barrier. Pickleball players at Autumnwood are complaining about long wait times and parking. They've also admitted they don't want pickleball in their own neighborhood. You got 12 sites within 25 minutes. We don't have the capability to engage your Autumnwood community, because I can't even get the phone numbers out of the Wrestling Association. And it's not my job to go running around and banging on neighbors' doors and creating a stranger problem.
Bill, that was your 3 minutes. If you can wrap up, I know we took a half a minute of yours at the beginning, so if you could try and wrap up, because I got a long list of speakers.
I'd like for you guys to go talk to Autumnwood, solve those problems first, and then we can learn from those lessons and perhaps not make the same mistakes twice. Thank you all very much.
Let's see, can we note that Director Dodd has joined us, please, in the minutes? Thank you, Bill Roundtree.
You're welcome.
Thank you. The next speaker I have listed are 3 speakers. Several people, I want to make something clear, several people have sent in emails or letters as attachments, and I want everybody to know all of the board members have received those communications, and we have read them, and we appreciate the time that each of you took to compose them and to share your thoughts with us. So on behalf of the board, I want to thank everyone and advise that it's not necessary to come up to the podium and read your email or your letter, because we already read it. But if you have something extra you want to share with the board, we're more than welcome to. The next, I have Julie Bitzer, Suzanne White, and Mary Shedlock. They're members of our PrAC committee. I don't know if they're here or if I'm guessing they're happy just to have us read their email.
They just submitted the email.
Yeah, I see that. Okay, the next, and I don't see any of them here. The next name I have on the list is Michael Brandlin. Michael, are you here with us, or are you online?
I'm online, President Farrell.
Thank you. Can you give us your name, address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Michael Brandland, 11496 Links Drive, Reston, Virginia. Also a member of PrAC, and I want to thank the board for their 2 town meetings regarding Barton Hills. I think it's been thoroughly examined. I believe that the 2 options that you have before you, the better one is the 6 pickleball courts. We're already investing $75,000 in the sound abatement. When Reston did the design of all the pools and tennis courts back in the 70s, they put them as close to homes as possible, thinking that walking there would be such an advantage. Barton Hills has the best setbacks of any of these parks in Reston, so it is the most viable location for pickleball. The fact that it doesn't have lights means that the play is only going to occur during hours that are less disruptive to family life, such as sleeping. I also believe the parking issue is really not a huge issue if you understand that a lot of the play is going to happen on weekends and also at nights during the summer when school is out. So the school parking lot, which is only 0.2 of a mile away, has a crosswalk to a sidewalk which leads directly to the courts, will be a viable way to park and get there, as the location of the W-O&D is as well for people that ride their bikes to play pickleball, which is quite easy. The backpack for a paddle is very light. With all these facts, I do believe that a 6-court option, while not ideal, because at first we were told it could be a 10 to 12 if we maximize the whole space as pickleball. The pickleball community is willing to accept the 6-court option. If you do decide to go to the 4-court, please put the 4 next to each other to leave room for 2 in the future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Brandlin, and thank you for your service on PrAC. Dr. Laura David, you're speaking on behalf of an association,
Yes,
and you have 5 minutes.
okay.
Please, we still need your name and address.
It take 5 minutes and 19 seconds of Bill's time. Yes, I am Dr. Laura David, 10964 Harper Square Court, and I am a member of our board of directors. And I speak on behalf of Harper Square Court. And I do want to thank you for listening to many voices, my own included, over the last 2 or 3 years. We've gone through the data, the medical and scientific data about noise, lights, and anxiety-producing effects of pickleball. And we've sent you pictures recently of the congested parking in this one-way in, one-way-out community that we're confined to. And you're familiar with all of the kind of discord that occurs in Vienna and Arlington and even at Autumnwood over having pickleball retrofitted into a quiet suburban neighborhood. So I'm not going to talk about distances and decibels. I'm not going to go there. I want us to think about how we make informed and appropriate decisions when the choices are tough and the way ahead can't please everybody all the time. So in my profession, we fall back on 3 basic core positions of responsibility and validation and justification for giving difficult information and making difficult decisions. The first is do no harm. And that means even if you'd like to do good for some people and you'd like to satisfy their wants, your first obligation and responsibility is to do no harm to anyone. And the data is clear what the noise and traffic congestion and safety issues are in this community. And to do no harm doesn't mean let's try to limit the harm, let's try to mitigate the harm, let's try to dance around the harm. It means our first obligation is to do no harm to anyone, including our small children. The second is to honestly weigh the real costs, the real risks, and compare that to the benefits. Now, I like pickleball players. They are lovely people, and to have exercise and outdoor time and camaraderie is a very laudable goal. But in truth, this is a relatively small number of people compared to the hundreds of people who live in the 147 houses that are obstructed by this one-way in and one-way out access on Barton Hill Road. Small children go to school. We look at this as a primal survival. This is our place of shelter. This is our neighborhood of sanctuary and calm after a long day of work, after a stressful environment. We have the right to protect it and to ask the best of it and to not have it interrupted and to protect our children. So this is a primal need for these several hundred people 365 days a year. Unlike the pickleball players, we can't back out an hour later or control just the hour in which we play or even ask them to have the responsibility to use only quiet equipment. They have no loyalty and no responsibility, as lovely as they are, to protect our sanctuary. And yet, this is our primal need, to respect and to protect the sanctuary. And if you actually look at the costs, now that you're looking at the budget, think of the $800,000 this is going to cost, divided by the 22,000 dues-paying members in our association. You're asking the $35 to $40, that's half of the increase you're looking for next year, to go to this facility alone. I think we can do better. I think we can be spending our money better, looking for a better place that satisfies everybody's needs, pickleball and citizens, in a much better and safer way for the dollars we're going to invest, as many of you have suggested and thought about in the recent past. The last principle is this: do unto others as you'd have done to you. And we know in that first pickleball meeting, the one pickleball player got up late in the middle and in the meeting and paraphrasing him said, "I don't think I really like this in my community either." You don't have to walk a mile in my shoes or in my neighbor's shoes to get and see the results here. Walk 200 feet across a nature preserve ravine, and you'll find the young family budgeting for expensive sound blocking windows to help their special needs child avoid anxiety and deprived sleep. You'll see the young couple who have sunk their life savings in their first home and don't want to see the real estate decrease by 20% in value. You'll see the retired couple who's used to having a nice cup of coffee on Sunday morning, or who has wine or dinner with some friends on their back deck and worries about noise intrusion they can't control and they can't schedule. You'll see the young couples worried about walking their kids to and from school and the increased danger there. The truth is that what we would want for our kids, our grandkids, our neighbors, ourselves, when we look at spending our money? So I implore you, first, do no harm. In the balance, when you look at the risk and the cost and the consequences, and we've seen this at Autumnwood and all over the country, it becomes apparent why we feel that no pickleball courts should be placed at Barton Hill. We can find a better place, a better way, and a better outcome in spending our money for all of our community, the pickleball players included. Thanks very much for your time, and thanks for your attention.
I do want to correct one thing,
Okay?
just so that the membership is not confused. Whether we put pickleball at this location or not, most of that $800,000 is going to be spent to redo those courts, whether they're all tennis or all not. I think the percentage that we spend, and I'm looking to Chris Shoemaker, the cost to put in pickleball versus tennis, the delta is, I'm thinking it's 5 figures, isn't that right, Chris? Something like that? So you're not talking about 10 grand. So the 800,000, and that 800,000's already been appropriated. It's part of last year's budget. So the courts need to be rebuilt, irrespective of what use we put them to. And so the delta from a cost perspective, and I don't want anybody misunderstanding here, the delta in a cost perspective is less than 10 grand to do it as pickleball versus doing it all, restoring it all as tennis.
I would acknowledge that, and so if I can take a minute to talk on the topic of the budget, I would simply say I'm not a Wimbledon player, and I understand we'd like to have better courts, but when we look at this difficult budget decision later, I've looked at those courts, I've walked those courts, I've played on those courts. That's one of those questions, is this a project we defer for a little while later while we ask our members to increase their dues substantially next year? Is this something we put off for a better situation all the way around? And that's my budget comment for the evening.
Well, we've already appropriated the money, that's all I
Thank you.
wanted to
Thank you
have
again for
clear.
your time.
Thank you. The next name I have on the list is Tom Pastore. We have a communication from him. Is Mr. Pastore on the line, or is he here?
No, he says Bill said, he sent you a note.
Okay. Lovely. The next name, thank you, Laura. The next name on the list I have is Leslie Platt. Sir?
Brittany, I think, gave you all pictures.
Okay.
You should have these pictures.
Yes, right here. Yeah, can we have your name and your address?
Thank you.
And you'll
Okay.
have 3 minutes.
Good evening, I'm Leslie Platt, 11901 Triple Crown Road. My spouse, Marcia, and I have lived in Reston for 52 years. Our next-door property owners, the Berries at 11817 Triple Crown Road, have built a massive 41 by 30-foot swimming pool structure with 4-foot-high off-white stone walls and decking 6 feet above grade that closely resembles a mausoleum in a cemetery. This massive stone structure dominates and overwhelms the property's backyard, looms over our living room and bedroom windows and backyard, and is visible from the street. It is obtrusive, not harmonious with the environment, has no precedent in our residential neighborhood or in Reston, simply does not fit or belong in its location, and is clearly outside the range of approvable projects under the design guidelines for swimming pools and associated decking, which limit swimming pools and decks in size, location, and height above grade and harmony with neighborhood and environment. Under these circumstances, we ask for a thorough review and recommendations by disinterested parties under board auspices of Design Review Board and Covenant's decisions and actions regarding this project. Please do not listen to self-interested insiders and others dismissive of this serious matter or the board's authority and responsibility to look into it and to correct any wrongs found. This could not have happened without arbitrary and capricious decisions, bias, preferential treatment, selective enforcement, and willful blindness by the DRB and Covenant's administration that simply disregarded longstanding design guidelines, norm standards, DRB application requirements, and precedents throughout construction. Accurate dimension plans weren't even filed until after the project was virtually complete, so the application should not even have been considered, let alone approved before then. Serious financial conflict of interest, personal attacks on us not stopped by the DRB, and other violations also occurred and were ignored, as were new and aggravated erosion problems. It's all captured and verifiable in the project file and DRB meeting videos. These DRB actions and decisions are not in accordance with, but violate the rest and deed protective design covenants are therefore unauthorized and beyond DRB authority and should be held effectively null and void. The board needs to review this and take corrective action as appropriate. Otherwise, there's no consequences, non-adherence, and non-compliance. Major precedent will enable and allow Reston residential property owners to do whatever they want, and Reston Association residential design standards, requirements, and processes will become unenforceable. That would put RA's nonprofit status and tax exemption at risk. Please do the right thing for us and for Reston and do a review of this mess. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Platt. Carl Friedrichs. Is Carl Friedrichs on the line?
Yes, Carl Friedrich online.
Ms. Friedrich, if we can have your name and address, you'll have, 5 minutes. You're representing the Cluster Association.
Yes, actually, my name is Carl Friedrich. I am living at 1668 Wainwright Drive in West Virginia, and I'm coming here as the HOA, Colson Cluster HOA president. I'm coming here to represent the cluster, but basically the issue before the board is presented by Rebecca Wingert, and I would prefer she speaks first, and I respond to her complaint. I'm not the complainant. I'm just representing the board.
All right, we'll hear from Ms. Wingert Jabby. Can you, if you're online, if you can unmute yourself? And Mr. Friedrich, is Ms. Wingert speaking on behalf of the association, or is she speaking in her individual capacity?
She's speaking on her own reasons, and she is basically having a complaint with Colton Cluster.
Okay, so ma'am,
Hi.
you will have 3 minutes. Can we have your name and address, please?
Actually, it's not just my complaint. It is a complaint of 5 neighbors, and my neighbor Susan Zolans is on this meeting, and she is going to be speaking for us 5 neighbors.
Ms. Zolanki, if we can have your name and address. If you can unmute yourself and give us your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello. Hi, I'm Susan Zolans. I live at 1604 Wainwright Drive, Reston, and I'm speaking for the 5 neighbors. Since our hearing with the Covenants Committee in July, we appealed to the Reston Association Board to help us remedy the issue of runoff coming from the rain garden installed by the Colson Cluster Association in the common area behind our homes. We want to bring to your attention that our cluster president has since started to work with us on the issue. To fix the rain garden, he's met with RA's watershed staff and 3 contractors and is in the process of obtaining quotes for work. There is agreement by all the professionals who examine the area that the rain garden is not working and in fact exacerbates the issue and needs to be fixed. We would appreciate it if the board decision on our appeal can be deferred for at least a month to allow the cluster board time to address and fix the problem.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Grant, thank you. Mr. Friedrich,
Yes, sir.
you have, you're the president of the Cluster Association, you have 5 minutes, but you don't need to take it all.
All right, I'll try not to. What Mrs. Solans has said is correct, that we're looking into the rain garden. We have obtained expertise from the watershed management office as well as from commercial contractors, and we are looking into remedying the situation. Right now, we're waiting quotes from 2 contractors, and as the cluster president, I will go to my board and I will make a presentation how we could proceed to fix the rain garden and make it more effective. Of course, I cannot speak for the board, but I can say that the contractors have all agreed that the present design of the rain garden facilitates the channeling of the water to one particular property. Not to all 5, but to one particular property. But if the rain garden would be fixed, it would basically benefit, I guess, the whole row. And I'm glad that that Mrs. Soland asked for a month delay so we can figure it out and hopefully can address this issue. That's the end of my statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I then have,
Can I ask a question?
please, Vice President Juszczyk.
I heard that you said you were getting quotes and you were going to go back to your cluster board. If we defer, I'm just wondering, is our October date, which is the 20-something of October, do you feel like that's enough time for you to get the quotes and go to your board by then?
Yes, it would be, because yes, I will have the quotes probably before the end of the week, has been promised, and we have a cluster meeting at the first week of October, so we would have additional information by 8th of October, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Friedrichs. I now have 10 names. I'm going to read all 10 names. We have correspondence from these 10 individuals, and they're all talking about our budget issues. If any of the 10 people are here and want to speak, they're welcome to. They'll have 3 minutes, but if they're happy to stand by their email or their normal emails, I guess, that is fine too. Susan Kosek? Aslihan Yildiz Oda? Lauren Wiesenbaum? Forgive me. Lorraine McKay? Heather Scopey? Michael Bello? Victoria Bryant Hall? Lori Nelson? Lee Stokes? Ravi and Uttara Bahade? Okay. Is there anyone else present or online who wishes to address the board? Please. Please. If you could give us your name and your address?
Yes, I'm Hayes McCarty, 1942 Upper Lake Drive in Reston.
And you're speaking in your own capacity, sir?
Yes.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, I'm just basically here, I guess I've been involved in the Barton Hill renovation project for 2 years, and I've spoken a number of times at various public hearings and whatnot, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak one more time. I'm a pickleball player, and I very much support 6 courts at Barton Hill. As you probably know, there are 50 tennis courts in Reston, and there's 4 designated pickleball courts. There's a number of other tennis courts that are multi-use, but the tennis has priority, so we really only have 4 courts for pickleball. I think the Barton Hill facility is a perfect opportunity to take 2 of the tennis courts, and there's plenty of room to site plan for 6 courts. I fully support the proposal by staff to spend the $75,000 for the noise abatement. I know from the last public hearing, the staff has done extensive studies on noise and determined that based on their projections, the existing noise projected at Barton Hill is well below the county noise ordinance, and by putting in the noise attenuation fabric, it would even reduce the projected noise to half of what it would be without it. So I fully support that. With respect to parking, which is another issue, I just wanted to make the point that reducing the courts from 6 to 4 or to less doesn't solve the parking problem. It makes the parking problem worse because people are waiting longer to play. So I think having 6 courts, it'll be much more efficient, and the parking will be more efficient because people will come, play, and leave. Following up on the fellow from PRAC's recommendation, if the board does feel that they want to approve 4 courts, I strongly recommend that the 4 courts be designed so in the future there would be room for 2 more courts after the board could study the noise issues and whatever after that, and could have room to put the additional 2 courts in rather than space the 4 courts so that it would preempt the opportunity to provide any more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the board?
Michelle Kimmel.
Michelle Kimmel. Okay, if we can have your name and address, you have 3 minutes.
Sure. Hi, this is Michelle Kimmel. My address is 1937 Upper Lake Drive, and I just had a few issues that I just wanted to bring to your attention. One, I wanted to thank you for the quote that I read that you guys will be discussing the reported proposal for a casino in Reston. We're going to need a lot of leadership on this issue, and it would be great to see RA out there speaking up for the community. So I hope that that will be discussed fully this evening. Secondly, I had submitted a few budget requests that were capital items, and it's very difficult, if not impossible, to know if they were included. So I'm hoping that I can get some feedback on whether or not they were included. Two of them are regarding crosswalk safety. And so I'm really hopeful that that is addressed in this year's budget. Then thirdly, I also want to just quickly talk about Barton Hill and again, make the point that I've made with you guys a number of times. We need to address the crosswalk at Barton Hill, and we need to accept the fact that any changes to this will impose additional traffic on that crosswalk, and it has to be fixed before we move forward with any changes. Also, I too am an avid pickleball player and love it, but I do think we need to make sure that the community's concerns are addressed because they are valid, and we have to make sure this is done right. We owe that to our neighbors. Okay, thank you very much.
My memory, Mr. Cummins, is that the association has, or is in the process of making a submission to VDOT regarding the crosswalk?
Yeah, that's right. We'll cover that in our presentation later, but we are in the process there. And just to answer the question on budget, there would be money available assuming we obtain a permit.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Anyone else, any other member of the association wish to address the board? I see 2 other names up. 3. No, Michelle's already spoken. Meg and Kong. Meg, can you give us your name and your address?
Hi, yes, and I can even try to get video, but I'm not sure it's going to work. So my name is Megan Murphy. My address is 10900 Harper's Square Court in Reston. I am calling to speak to the pickleball tennis court question as well. And I just wanted to kind of fill in with one piece of information that kind of came up in one of the more recent meetings, but we didn't have a chance to really address it. So I wanted to give you one more piece of information as you're weighing this decision. At the last meeting, there was a lot of discussion about the noise and the noise abatement and a sound test that had been done in, I think, either the Barton Hill tennis courts or the Autumnwood courts. But at the end of the discussion, we didn't really have a good sense of what that sound test represented, because it turned out that it didn't really represent or measure any of the pickleball noise that could be going on at the courts and what that would add to the ambient noise and to the natural noise that's already taking place in the space. So as someone who lives in a house that backs right up against the court, I wanted to just offer you anecdotally from my experience, we've had pickleball players out here and you can hear them loud and clear. Just a few weeks ago, there were two people playing one single game of pickleball. And not just on my deck, which backs up against the courts, not just in my front yard, which is another, 200 or some odd feet away from that, not just in the middle of the cul-de-sac, but all the way across from it. As soon as the pickleball players started, just 2 people playing one game, you could hear it immediately. And we all looked around as we were outside when this happened the other day, wondering who was starting construction in our neighborhood that we didn't know about, and did they need any help? And it wasn't until we walked all the way back down, which you can see clearly from my backyard, that we could see the pickleball players going. We thought, oh, that's what that is. That's what that sounds like. So I just want to offer to you, as you're thinking, how many courts, how many people, how many games can we have going on at a time here without sound abatement? As you're considering all of this, I know there hasn't really been a good test case yet of how much more noise would be added, but that was 2 people and we all immediately heard it from pretty far away. So I just want to have you kind of keep that in mind as you're making decisions about how many courts, how much noise, how much abatement is going to be needed to really keep this community and preserve this community and the nature of the ravine for the people who live here and the people who use the trails and the people who are walking back and forth and trying to kind of just get a moment of peace and quiet and rest in. That's all from me. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. I have Kum. Could you?
Yes, thank you. And you pronounced my name perfectly. Thank you. It's always a hack. So I'm Kung Mulvaney, and I'm 10705 Oldfield Drive. Been a resident for 21 years, and I am going to fully support the Barton Hill project, whether it's 4 or 6 courts. I do understand there is a little bit of a noise concern. So having the noise abatement done is obviously I fully support as well. But I really just wanted to stress why I moved to Preston to live, work, and play. And as I raised my kids here and was a 20-something when I moved here, I started to think about how I wanted to, if I want to stay here or retire elsewhere. And I really loved Robert E. Simon's vision of living and working and playing in Reston, and then perhaps even retiring. And as we've transitioned, where we used to walk the trails and then swam at the pools with our children have already started to grow out of the pools. And we don't play tennis. And having pickleball has kind of revitalized our love for Reston, and wanting to have it in the southern side of Reston would be very helpful. And if people talk about the traffic, there's already traffic for soccer, and quite a few people that are playing pickleball do play it during the day. So there's really not, at least personally, I don't think, and I have not done the study, there's really not a lot of concern for, I shouldn't say concern, a lot of competition for parking, as they'll be doing it during the day. And even if it is on the weekend, as Reston is designed, we can bike there, we can walk there. And I do think that it would be really good to push this forward sooner, particularly because how we're growing. It's only we're just going to have that demand and need more courts. And 4 is fine, 6 would be great, as the gentleman earlier said, but 4 would be great, and soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the board this evening? Any other members of the association who wish to speak to the board? Please, if we can have your name and address, sir.
Hi, my name is Tino. I live at 1934 Barton Hill Road. So I was here, I think, in the last meeting as well, and I just want to echo my sentiments again from the previous time.
Can you pull the microphone a little closer, sir?
Sure, sorry. Is that better?
Thank you.
Last name?
I appreciate the studies that the board did and all the evidence that they cited, but I feel like it's still an apples to oranges comparison. The data that we were given isn't clear in terms of what the impact is going to have from an incremental standpoint from the noise. Given that, I would prefer, and I think it would be better if we just pause this, did some actual studies where we can actually get real data and make a decision based off of that. 'Cause right now, what we have is, some evidence that's it's just really hard to compare, and there's just too much ambiguity, in my opinion. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the board? Any other member of the association who wishes to address the board? I'm looking at the remote, the screen. I don't see anyone. See no one else here in the meeting room. All right. I think we can move on to our consent calendar. I'm going to ask, ma'am, you have your hand up.
I'd like to remove it.
Okay, what item would that be?
Can we remove the appointments for the Lake Equity Working Group?
It only takes one person to ask for
I
that.
know.
So are there any other objections? Are there any other objections to any item on the consent calendar? If not, can I have a motion to adopt all of the consent calendar except the appointments to the Lake Equity Group? Can I have that motion?
So moved.
Director Dodd moves it. I need a second. Second, and Director Jussack. All those in favor will please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
I have one nay. I'm looking for a vote from Director Johnson's aye or nay?
It's an aye.
I can't hear you, sir.
It's an aye.
Aye. Director Grywich, aye or nay?
Apologize, I thought I made this note. Is the Colson cluster incident part of the consent calendar? Okay, then aye.
Aye. All right, so all of the items on the consent agenda are adopted except for the appointments to the Lake Equity Group. You want to speak to the issue, Vice President Jussack?
Sure. I think that there are board members that have some edits that they're working on for the Lake Equity Working Group proposal or vision of what that group will do, and I'd like to take them all up at the same time.
You'd like to take up the edits and the appointments up at the same time?
I'd like to take I think the plan is to maybe put that on next month's calendar, and so I thought it was appropriate to do them together.
Is that your motion? Your motion is to
My
defer?
motion is to defer the appointments of the
Appointment to Lake Equity Group until the October meeting. Is there a second? Second by Director Dodd and Director Mahar. Discussion. Director Flashman.
I am opposing the motion. I do not see that one thing has to do with another. In fact, there is a proposal that was placed before board members this evening or this afternoon, and could be brought up as new business, and that would resolve the issue. And I see no reason that to tie the two things together, because the proposal does not alter the appointments in any way. And so the postponement of the appointments is pointless.
So I'm going to take it that that's a no vote when we come to call the question.
You could bet on that, safely.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other debate on the motion? Hearing, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of deferring action on the Lake Equity Group appointments will say aye. 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 I got Director Juszak, Director Dodd, Director Mahar, and who else? Was there anybody else?
Trevor.
That's it?
Yeah, you got
Director Grywich? Yep. Okay. Those opposed? Director Petrine, Director Johnson, Director Flashman. Motion passes. Those appointments are carried over to the October meeting. All right, we have disposed of the consent agenda, the consent calendar. The next item of business is the CEO update. Mr. Cummins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think in the interest of time, I'll just be super brief. I gave you all a memo which lists off a number of items that I see coming that are of a substantive nature for you all. And I wanted to be able to talk to you all about our scheduling, the things that are coming. There are also a number of things in that memo, and maybe even one or two others that we promised the community that we're going to be discussing, and they keep getting deferred. And as you all know, one of the things that we've talked a lot about with our membership is when we make promises, getting to them. And so I'm looking at that, and I'm trying to help sequence, and I'll be working through the BOC process to let everybody know what's coming and what I think the highest priorities are. But I'm very cognizant of commitments that have been made out in the community. And notably, we have the strategic plan, and we need to kick off the deed update process, which are both significant items in addition to the budget adoption.
And one of the things that, I'm sorry. You're done? One of the things that has been suggested is that there may be a need for us to have a special meeting or two in order to catch up with the backlog of pending items. So when we get closer to being ready to address these backlog of items, Brittany will send out a doodle as she does, and I'd ask you to take a look at your calendar and let's try and see if we can't catch up with all of the accumulated to-do items on our to-do list. Was there anything else?
Since you already mentioned it, I'll just mention again on behalf of staff, we're very happy to welcome Kara O'Donnell to the staff as our most recent SLT member.
Yes, we are. Let's see, can we embarrass her enough to get her to blush? I don't know. All right. Director Juszak.
Mac, I think that one of the things you put in is asking us about the listening sessions. I'm assuming you're looking for some direction there on when to move forward with those?
Yes, so the listening sessions are contemplated in one of the communications, the resolution. And so I've talked to John about we need to stay on top of that to make sure we're advancing. Number, how, when, why, that sort of thing.
Did you have any thoughts on when we might do those, or are you looking for
I'm
us to
thinking,
help?
my thought is in the first quarter, and I really have some doubts about needing to do 6 of them as we did last year. The turnout was atrocious, and we ate up a whole lot of staff time and overtime. And until we get to the point of having sold out crowds, for lack of a better phrase, I think my bias is to have one of those on a Saturday and, power through it. And I don't think we're going to have a large number of turnout even then. And all of these, I've been going to listening sessions for, somebody Irwin, you and I have been going to them for 5, 6, 7 years, and I don't think we've ever had more than a dozen people show up to any one of them. So I just think it's a strain on the board members, because I went to all of them last spring. Part of it was I was running for election, but still I would go to every one of them. And I have, I'm open to suggestion, but I don't think it's necessary for us to have 6 of them, which is what we've done. Director Dodd, then Director Mapar.
I would agree that the turnout we have had does not justify having 6 sessions, which do add to the staff time that increases the cost to run Resident Association. However, I think 1 on a Saturday is not sufficient. I think there are people who work weekends and are unable to attend, so I do think we should have at least 2 so that we can schedule 1 on a weekday evening. I know there will still be scheduled difficulties that make it difficult for residents to attend, but I think at least 2 would be a good faith effort to reach out and communicate with as many of our resident association members as we can.
So you're thinking 1 on a weeknight and 1 on a Saturday?
I am.
You're okay with the Saturday session?
Yes.
Director Johnson, I thought did you have your hand up? No, Director Mapar, I beg your pardon.
No problem. First of all, I'm very supportive of these listening sessions. Whether it's 1, whether it's 6, and however they are scheduled, I think it is critically important that we focus on the value proposition for the members to attend. And with the Director of Communications that you've got on board, we're going to count on you to make it as snazzy as possible so that we can get members involved. Things are changing in the community.
Snazzy.
Things are changing in the community. All of you saw the articles about the casino business. We need to get people involved, and we need to use these listening sessions as a way of communicating to the membership the importance of their participation. So that value proposition is absolutely critical. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Mapar, I would commend to you the resignation email from Mr. Collins on the point of participation. Director Johnson.
I did want to add that one of the most common complaints that I hear from folks is that participating in resident association governance is difficult because they don't have time, with work, things along those lines. And, having multiple sessions makes it easier. Perhaps what we might want to figure out how to do is, balance the in-person sessions with online sessions, hybrid sessions, things along those lines. But, I think we should hesitate before we reduce the number of opportunities that we give members to interact with us. And yes, I know they've got the monthly meetings and along those lines, but just to talk is important.
Hey, John, just one thing. One of the things that I'm going to be working with Kara on is a communications master plan. So the listening sessions is one component of our approach to be trying to reach the membership. I think it'd be helpful for the board to understand where we might be heading with an overall communications master plan and how this fits in to address some strategic objectives therein. So I've certainly heard you all, but I think it'd be helpful for you all, and today is Kara's 4th day here. So she's probably done by tomorrow.
Already?
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
But I do imagine a board session at some point, after she's been putting together some ideas to start to look at what that looks like for 2024. And this would be a part of that for sure.
Tomorrow morning at 8?
Yeah.
Director, Vice President Josek.
On behalf of the South Lakes District, as the South Lakes District Director, just want to say we show up. If there's a district that shows up, we show up. So we will show up. But I agree with the comments of a mixture of online capabilities and in-person capabilities. I think would also be important for our listening sessions. And then I just had a couple other comments to give feedback.
You have the floor.
So the Lake Audubon renaming meeting, I'd like to see that on the calendar before the end of the year. We promised, it's not our fault that it ended, but I feel like we need to pick a date. We already know, we're already prepared to talk about that. So picking a date that we can get that on the calendar, I'd like to see it.
As the instigator of that exercise, my hope was to do it in the first quarter.
January?
January, February, March, but first quarter.
January?
I heard you, I hope you heard me.
Okay, yes, I heard you, but then let's tell the members, let's release that and say, this is when we're going to do it, because at this point, we're in a black hole of they're just
Yep.
waiting. And I would prefer to get a kind of a first draft strategic plan or a first draft of whatever strategic plan items you're working on earlier, and let's work through it iteratively. Maybe we take a section, or you bring us a section, or something like that. I think if we chunk it off, it would be easier for the board to absorb.
On that point, Mac, you and I had a conversation early, Monday night, about engaging, you were in the process of engaging a facilitator to reach out to other entities in the community to get their perspective on the association. And you expect to have somebody that on board sometime soon, I expect?
Well, yeah, just not to merge too many things. So from a strategic planning standpoint, the schedule had contemplated an October check-in with you all, so there was a subcommittee. We've only met once at this point, and in large measure because of putting together the budget and other things, we haven't been ready to bring that group back together. I'm still trying to aggressively be ready to do that in October, pending our discussion on the budget later and, where we need to immediately spend time. But appreciate Vice President Juszek's suggestions. Yes, we're trying to make sure this is done before the end of the year and as expedient as possible. And if you look at that list, plus whatever new comes up later in new business, I see a bust coming, so.
Fair warning is fair warning. We appreciate fair warning. Director Juszek, anything else?
On the community survey, and I've emailed Max separately from this so he knows, is I don't think that we need a board meeting to go over the survey. I feel like we can do a community meeting, and then the board can come together at our next regular meeting, some special meeting that we schedule to talk about the survey. But I don't feel like we need to see it, and then we pump it out to the community. Once we see it, it's a public meeting, they're gonna see it anyway. So I'd actually see it rather be directed as kind of an open session for members to feel like they can participate, like a community meeting where they can ask questions and engage with the presentation. And then we can kind of download it as a board and talk about it or chunk it off in that way. And I don't know if that helps you come up with a date so that, as a board, if we can't make it that night, we can watch it online too. We don't have them all be present, and that might make it easier for the staff to schedule something.
Did you have a thought on that?
I do, and we have a presentation later, on the methodology, which I think is really important for everyone to understand. So when we get into the conclusions and we start releasing all the data, which is just about ready to go out, on understanding how to put together in the statistical significance of different parts of it and how the different districts voted and how we accounted for that so it wasn't skewed one direction or another, either by district or demographically. So that we'll cover that stuff later tonight. So yeah, I'm doing some thinking about that. The primary reason we were trying to work through the board and make sure you're all fluent and comfortable and understand what the major components are is we imagine you need to give some assignments to PrAC with what types of work plan items you want them to be working on relative to the community survey and when to bring back deliverables, and not wanting to push that into November and December. We imagined wanting to have that conversation in October. So for that to happen, we need you all to be comfortable when we say this is what we think you should assign to PrAC. We're not sort of talking about the survey itself. But yeah, so we understand it's probably unlikely to get a special meeting together, and we'll find a way to make sure you're all comfortable with the survey results. But that's sort of the game plan.
Thank you.
Director Juszek.
There was one more. Oh, the deed update. Just wanted to let the board members know that on the BGC calendar for Monday night is a topic on the deed update that Tony has prepared and will be discussing. One of the things that we'll be looking for is a work group of people who want to participate in that very long and very detailed process. And so just wanted to put it in all of your heads to be thinking about if that's something you might want to volunteer for in the future.
When do we have to file? Because before they expire, we have to have a referendum, or we did last time, we had a referendum council. When do we need to have this resolved among the land records?
No later than 2026.
No later than when in 2026?
I have to look out.
January 1st.
No. It was the last time the referendum went through, it was like May.
Yeah, it was June. You're right.
June.
Early June.
June of 2026 maybe. You can send us an email later when you have a chance.
Mr. Chair, I want to be clear. There is no scenario where we're getting up against that line.
Council, if things work perfectly, that referendum is on the March election ballot, if we have our wits about us. Because running a separate resolution referendum would be a $70,000, $90,000 exercise. That's what happened the last time, and in fact, we had to extend the voting period in order to make quorum. So we don't want to do any of that this time. But by the same token, we've got 2.5 years to get there. So, my hair's not on fire yet. Anything else? Okay. Contrary to what our agenda says, the land use update is going to be provided by yours truly. We have made some progress and we have some issues that I want to bring to your attention. Let me start by asking, Hunterswood site plan is approved? Mr. Shoemaker? Oak Grove?
Hook Grove.
No, I'm asking about Hunter's Woods, the conversion of the ball field.
Yes, the project's under plan.
You want to come up to the microphone so everybody can hear you?
Yes, the Hunters Woods Ball Field redevelopment project is site plan approved. Project is under construction right now.
Grand. And you anticipated my next question, Hook Road?
Hook Road, we have not heard back yet on the approval. I have not actually been given or provided the final approval yet, but according to last reports from the engineering team, they've submitted all the documentation and we're still waiting to hear back.
So, Mr. Cummins, we need to follow through with the supervisor.
I've got this. I'm working on it. Yep.
Yeah. That should be issue number one next time we meet with Supervisor Alcorn, because it's been dragging on for a long time. Thank you, Mr. Shoemaker. So we got those two. The Reston Master Plan was adopted. We got all the changes we asked for, except for two. But in those cases, we got a fair degree of comfort on the two issues. In the one case, we were concerned that there was some fuzzy language that suggested that we would have to get the Park Authority to agree or approve any changes we wanted to make to our facility. Supervisor Alcorn was very clear that that was not the case, and that we were free to make improvements to our facilities as this board saw fit, and there was no need, and that the conversation in the comp plan that troubled us was only applicable to Park Authority improvements, not to RA improvements. That was important. And then the other concern that we had was that Park Authority properties that are outside of the Reston Master Plan were being identified in the Reston Master Plan. And the concern that we have is that proffers that are given by the TSA developers in Reston not get used for Park Authority properties that are outside the RA boundaries. We got a fair amount of, and in particular, we use as an example the situation with Brookfield Development across the street from our office here satisfied their obligation by giving the Park Authority land in Vienna, which is some 4 miles away from the apartments that they're building. And I don't know how anyone thinks that that's satisfying the recreational needs of the people who are going to live in those apartments. We got some assurance from Supervisor Alcorn that going forward, there would be a more careful construction of where recreational profit money gets spent. And in fact, there's a case in front of the Planning Commission tonight relative to the, what do we call it, the Hunt Club over on next to the fair. That's in front of the Planning Commission tonight. And the language could be tighter, and we've suggested some language, proffer language to tighten it up. But the language is making very clear that though proffer money derived from 12 houses, I think it is, will be used in Reston, not in Vienna, and not in Oakton, and not in Great Falls. So we're making progress on that count coming out of the Reston Master Plan. The Comstock rezoning was approved, and regrettably, Comstock refused to proffer to join Reston Association, which is regrettable. But given the casino question, not a surprise. And the Fannie Mae reapproval, that in that case, the developer had promised to have a negotiation with Resident Association about joining Resident Association. We asked them that since they'd already had a negotiating session with Mac and Larry, that they could change the proper language to make it a flat-out commitment that those townhouses would join. I had productive conversations with the applicant for them to move forward. The reason for opposing the proffer that was given to me was that Wheelock was the developer and not the ultimate builder, and they needed the ultimate builder to sign off on joining RA. We'll see how that goes. But, as I sent to you in an email, the positive thing was that Planning Commissioner Carter got the Planning Commission to adopt a request to the board to direct staff to find out how to get these apartments to join RA or townhouses. Not if, but how. And we look forward to the staff telling us how that they want to do that. The SSPA's, the site-specific plan amendments, there are 6 of them, I think that's right, proposed for our neighborhood, our neck of the woods. They will come before the Planning Commission. Now that the master plan's been adopted, they'll come before the Planning Commission in the first quarter of next year. I got you there, I got you there, I got you there. And then the last thing is the casino at Wheelie Station. It came to, you all have seen the stories in Reston Patch and in Reston Now. I have circulated a letter that we'll take up before we adjourn this evening, and I'll explain a lot of the rationale behind that letter. I have been approached by a person who's active in things on Richmond, interested in working with the association to make sure that doesn't happen. I've had another conversation with another person who could be interested in helping us to make sure that bill doesn't get passed, or at least doesn't get passed in a fashion that authorizes it to be, authorizes a referendum for the Reston area. I'll let other parts of the county speak for themselves. I've also had a conversation, I think I sent you all an email this afternoon, with the legislative assistant for Minority Leader, Scott. I found out that the fundraiser that we thought was, that we had been led to believe was going to happen between Comstock and Minority Leader Scott, in fact, did not go forward. We have been in touch with Senator Surville. We have had prior conversations with Senator Marsden. You all saw in the paper that, or in the blogs, what do you call them? I guess, the blogs, that both our state senator, Jennifer Boysko, and our supervisor, Walter Alcorn, and the Karen Keys-Gamarra, who is running for delegate, have all come out, and even Karen Keys-Gamarra's opponent has said that they're not interested in a casino here in Reston. I'm trying to think if there's anything else on that front. Suffice it to say that since the stories hit, your president has been getting a cauliflower ear from all the telephone calls. There has been a petition online that got 250 signatures within the first hour. I have not seen a petition that had that kind of comment, and I'm given to understand that as of this afternoon, it was up to 500, all of whom were against a casino in Reston. So I will keep the board apprised of further developments on any of those matters. Does anyone have any questions on land use issues? Happy to answer them laconically, I hope. Vice President Josek.
I just wanted to speak to the casino that we're hearing about. And I think that it is a serious matter that could potentially affect the property values of our residents, which is a core piece of what RA's mission is. And so I think that it is something that we need to study and activate on. And so I would motion to direct Mac, our CEO, to develop a plan of what activation would look like specifically for the casino issue, and return to the board to report on what that might look like at a special meeting in October. to be determined via doodle poll with the board.
If I could just speak to that before somebody seconds it,
I don't think you're allowed to.
I'm going to speak to it. I'm going to ask you not to do that because I want to come back to the board with proposals from potential lobbyists who might act on our behalf down in Richmond. And I'd like to have the opportunity to come back to the board with that plan, if you don't mind.
Can we do that with Mac?
I think that you might want to give me a little rope here, because this is something I've done since 1990, interacting with the General Assembly. And Matt, God bless him, has been in Northern Virginia for 15 months. So I think that there's a strategy to be pursued here or evolved or developed. Besides that, he's got a budget to deal with. So.
No, I don't disagree. Go ahead.
Did you make a motion? I'd like to second that motion, please.
Okay, I got a motion, I got a second. Mr. Flashman.
I'd like to oppose the motion, and the reason for that is obvious. You have already set it out. I think there are compelling reasons. I see no reason to impose on MAC additional work when he is already under a great deal of pressure to produce a large amount of things for the board. And we have a president who has the connections and the understanding of how things work to move it forward and come back to us with something a little more concrete. So I am clearly opposed to it.
Director Dodd.
I would also oppose the motion just because of what Director Fleischman said, that the budget process already puts a heavy load on MAC, and he needs all of his attention. But I would like to just note that, you know, everyone knows I campaigned for county supervisor in 2019, and my platform was based on preserving the special attributes of Reston. And I came in second in the Democratic primary because I think there's a lot of community support for maintaining the special things about Reston. I'm happy to see that Supervisor Alcorn has prioritized the residents' wishes and has expressed concerns about this proposal of a casino. I feel confident that the RA residents in my district do not support casinos in Reston. I have not heard anyone on this board support that kind of proposal. So I think we need to come together and have a clear voice as a board, but I don't think that this resolution is the right way to move forward at this time.
Director Johnson.
I seconded the motion because I've spoken before about our need for an advocacy capability within the association. I don't, John, as much as I respect your experience, I don't think we should be relying constantly on you to be our advocate to government. You are not going to be with the board forever. And
Or at least for the next 3 years.
I think it's important that we start to build, especially on an issue as important as this, as Lori said, no one here is for this. And I've not spoken to anyone in the community who is for a casino in Reston. I think it's time that we start to develop that capability in-house, long-term. And I think an issue on which we can all agree is the perfect time to do it.
Director Mopar.
I want to mostly agree with Travis, except with one. I think at this point, just a technicality makes no difference whether it's in-house or outside as a retainer. I think this issue is so critical, and the fact that we need to play the game, and we are not. We're not in the game. We cannot rely on just one person. With all due respect, John, with all your connections, you're just one person. We need to have broad expertise, people who do this for a living. And you and I I've talked to a couple other guys. It is important for us to be known, to have that capability, whether it's in-house, retainer, third party. these companies right now, they're taking advantage of us because they see us as we don't have any teeth. And a lot of people have called me from the community. I've got emails up to wazoo that they're against this. It really goes with this communication strategy, but we need to have that, call it advocacy, call it lobbying, whatever you want to call it. We need to have that presence outside so that we are known. So if they make a move, we have our office to go to, if you will, our entity to go to. So I think it's very, very critical that we pay attention to that. This is the tip of the iceberg, if you ask me. John, you've heard me make the comment. Today, they're talking about a casino. What's going to stop another couple of senators and delegates from talking about putting a gentleman's club behind your house or my house, just because it generates more money for some political donors? We really need to get involved. I think this is critical. I can't emphasize it anymore.
So I don't know if Director,
Yeah. So, again, I'll reiterate, I think everybody on the board has said, we are against this. What I'd like to say is there's nothing about John's update in the land use update that leads me to believe that we're not taking this seriously at this moment. We are speaking to folks in Richmond, which is where this is being done. It's not being done up here. Everyone in this zip code or the next 5 zip codes have all come up against this. So it does us no good to have an advocate or somebody in this area who would be familiar with Walter Alcorn or familiar with any of our local representation here, because we don't have to advocate to those people. We need to get lobbyists down in Richmond who are going to fight for us. And John's saying, again, we need you to bring it back to the board and talk to us. But he's saying he's got at least 2 people that he is speaking to. We'll see if that works. If it doesn't, I mean, then we have to readjust. But like, we are taking some steps forward, and I do think we're taking some serious steps forward. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't be moving down the advocacy route as well. But I think when we originally discussed that, we were talking about fighting for Reston against, some of the issues that we have to fight against some of our local representatives here, and this is not that case.
2 points on that. Firstly, it's not the next 5 zip codes because Senator Marsden is in Burke. He's from Burke. So, but this is somebody local that we're pushing up against. Secondly, when I talked about advocacy, I wasn't limiting to just local government. I'm talking about state, local, federal, anywhere we should have to push back. And again, not to slight John in the least or his experience. I, however, would like us to have, more of a plan than, and forgive me, I know a guy. I'm sorry that I want more than that. And, right now that we don't have one.
I'm confused by the last part of what you just said.
You just told us that you knew two people in Richmond without specifics. If we go the plan that Jennifer.
It's not a matter, I'm sorry, let me clarify something.
Please do.
I'm talking about people who make a living lobbying in Richmond.
I don't doubt that. I'd, however, for my property values and for my community, I'd like to have a documented plan as to who we're talking to, not just there are 2 lobbyists that I know that we need to work on.
Well, that's what would be developed in the conversation with them.
And that's what Jennifer is asking Matt to do.
Matt, are you comfortable doing that?
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, this whole thing's come up in the span of about a week. I do think from a CEO perspective, back to the kind of building the infrastructure, particularly of executive leadership, I do think the best route would be, and I've not given any thought to what the plan might look like, but just like any other strategic initiative that the board wants done on behalf of the community, the model, from my perspective, would be best served from a leadership standpoint of having that run through the CEO, and then keeping the board fully informed. Now, that's not to in any way assuade that the things John's talking about wouldn't be a part of the plan in any form or fashion, because I don't know some of those individuals. But just as a kind of center point of contact in the face of the initiative, that seems like a CEO role to me. Have I thought about how it could fit into the work plan? No, not at all. But clearly hearing the board about level of importance tonight.
Mr. Petrine, then Mr. Flashman.
I agree with Director Parr and Mr. Johnson. I think organizationally, it should run through the professional management of the organization as opposed to the president. And I think John has the experience and the contacts to make it happen. But I think long-term, RA has to put on its big boy pants and start working like as big and as important an organization as it is for this community. We've been kicked around a lot. And I think the best way to do that is to have the CEO be the lead on these endeavors.
Mr. Flashman?
I think we're confusing two things. Jennifer's motion is directed specifically to this issue of the casino.
Yes.
And nothing else. Travis's idea is he would like to establish a broader base to enable us to engage the community at large on the issues that affect Reston. Those are two different things, and they are two different efforts. One needs to be conducted now, because I think, as President Barrow pointed out, the legislation is being drafted now for the casino. And the intervention has to take place now, not a month from now, not 2 months from now, but now, so that it doesn't affect us. If we wait, it won't happen. And it will take time for you, Mac, to pull something together when President Farrell can immediately move forward with some things and come back to us with a plan of action and understand what resources are available to us more quickly. Then it will take you time to develop a larger, overarching plan. And so I think that we're confusing two different things in two different efforts. And I think that following Jennifer's motion will delay things. And I am not in favor of delaying them at this point. She likes to delay some things and I don't. So I'm opposed to it.
Normally, everybody speaks to a motion twice, but if I can let Director Petrine speak a second time?
Very, very briefly, I think the first order of business is to take care of the immediate problem that we have with a long-term issue. They are part of the same issue. And I think over time, we have to build that capacity in the organization and with the expertise and assistance of the board, but the boards, as we all know, change. And we need that competency in the organization over the long term.
Director Johnson?
And just to respond to Director Flashman, I'm not confusing the issue. I understand that there are in fact two issues. There are two issues that, as far as I'm concerned, are closely integrated. Mac and John can work closely together. He's the president of the board. He absolutely should be working to do this. He should be working closely with Mac, however, in order to make sure that we have that we're coming at this in a way that is consistent with all of the needs and all of the resources that we have at our disposal. I think Mac is key and integral to the effort that John wants to make.
Director Dunn.
Does this motion prevent President Farrell? I apologize. Go ahead. You've been recognized.
Oh, I think it's important that the board come out with a strong statement at this time. I hear everyone at our board meeting is opposed to the casino proposal and wants to activate our board and our organization as fully as possible to express that opposition so that it is heard even in Richmond. And my initial opposition to the motion was perhaps based on Is it something we need to add to our CEO's plate at this time? And I do recognize that your plate is very full. At the same time, you are the professional face of the organization, and you act largely at the behest of the board. I think that this vote may be the right vehicle for the board to make an expression that would be carried out not only by the board and its president, but also by our CEO, to oppose this casino proposal. I think we all have spoken in support of fighting for the special character of Reston and opposing this proposal. So I am turning my vote around. I think that supporting Vice President Juszczyk's proposal might be the right way for us as a board to express our opposition at this time. But I understand that the president will remain engaged in this issue as he's been from the start.
The motion gives the issue to the CEO.
So I guess I'd ask for clarification. I would like to see both our president and our CEO work to oppose the casino proposal for Reston because it does not fit here.
So I'll ask it because you have the
Yes.
same exact thought I do, and so I was writing it down as you were speaking. Does the proposal prevent the president, as a representative of this board, from being able to assemble plans from advocates who want to fight in our favor prior to the CEO bringing a plan, an all-inclusive plan, back to the board? Because if that's the decision point we have to wait for, although it is worthy and we want it and we need that, and I agree with your points about it coming from the top of our face of our professional organization, but we might be in a time crunch that doesn't allow for that to happen. So I would hope that John would work with Mac and that we are on the same page with this. But if we were to go forward with this motion, does it prevent us from taking action without being briefed by the CEO?
And I just point out to the members that we have a resolution in which there are two spokesmen for the association, the CEO and the president. And so the work that I have undertaken over the last 10 days, is it 10 days since this came up, was in that capacity. If you want to amend the resolution so that Mac is the exclusive, or our CEO is the exclusive spokesman for the association, bring that resolution forward. But I can't, we're an 8-person board, and if I have the reason or the opportunity to vote, I'd vote against it. Vice President Juszczyk.
So my intention in the language was not to take any of your authority as our president away. I don't believe I can amend my own motion, but I welcome any of you to say, and it also exclusively includes our board president, 'cause that was not my intention. I'm actually excited to hear that you have talked to some lobbying firms, because when we talked the other night, I was very much for that, and I'm glad to see that you've moved that direction, because my intention is absolutely not to delay. I would have gotten a lobbying firm at least 3 or 4 days ago. So my intention is to move very quickly on this. I also believe that the association needs to come out as the association, and in order to do that, and on our way to creating a bigger advocacy arm, this is an issue that we need the staff involved in, regardless whether we have a great president that has this knowledge. It is going to take staff effort to do it, and I don't think that it's just a lobbying firm. I think that there are attorney firms that we probably need to engage. There's probably communication firms, no offense to staff in any capacity, but it's an issue we have to.
This is going to be Kara's first case.
Yeah, and I don't think that's fair, that like we need to give staff the tools, and I don't know what all of those tools are, and I think a lobbying firm is one of those tools, but we need to activate and give staff the tools to move this forward, and it's many different tools. And so we need a plan, and that doesn't exclude bringing the lobbying firms that all of us could email back and recommend, and narrowing them down into the table to activate. I also think that we need a lot of community engagement on this issue, and we need somebody that is looking out for the interest of how are we going to engage the community. Having said that, I think that we've made some movements lately towards a stance on this issue, And I would argue that we don't have a board position yet on this issue unless, Tony or anyone else wants to combat me on that, but we don't, to my knowledge, we don't have something that says we don't want a casino in Reston. I hear the consensus, and I think that's great, and we need a board position on that, but we can't activate until we have board positions. That's our governing rules. So let's do that tonight, and let's get moving.
Can we get clarity on what the motion
Yes.
is that's before us at this point?
I can restate the motion. I'm obviously
Brittany,
made it
do you
up on
have
the
it?
fly. My intention is that the association activate on this issue and that we develop a plan and that we get moving whenever is expedient, as reasonable as expedient as we can, which is why I kind of said October, because we're 2 days from October and I know we need to get moving. If somebody wants to give a date on when that plan's going to come back, I would imagine somebody needs to contact some firms and line them up to start signing contracts. Like, we're not activating tomorrow, but it's going to take some time to do this.
We do have a matter on new business for the board to take a position on the casinos this evening.
I agree.
There is a draft letter circulated amongst the board members on this issue.
Agreed. But we have
So
no
then-
official position.
Well, we're
Right
going to.
yet.
We are
But we
scheduled to
have
vote on it
started-
tonight.
Right, but we have started to take moves before tonight without an official position of the board.
I'm sorry?
We have started down a path of taking a position before we had a position.
No, ma'am.
You just reported that you have been making phone calls,
I did have.
and we've been CC'd on emails, and we don't yet have a position. And I agree with your position, but I also agree that as a board, we have to have a position before we can start advocating for it. And I hope we create that tonight, and I hope that you can support the motion that we have a plan, we get a plan in place, and we start activating it.
Well, the
And
hope
all
is-
in cooperation of all of us. It's going to take all of us in this
The
community.
point of the motion for later this evening was actively to start that plan. Director Flashman?
Point of order, your original motion made specific reference to the CEO and having him develop a plan. Now your argument changes that and is not naming him to do that. So I don't know what motion we're voting on, if at all.
Can I amend my motion to include on, or to someone else because I made the motion?
Why don't you just withdraw it? Withdraw it, just 1 second, and then make it again.
And then make it again.
Okay.
Okay.
You're going to withdraw your motion?
Is that okay with you? And then we'll
No,
just,
it's not his call, it's the consent of the body. Once the motion's made, the body has to consent to its withdrawal. I assume no one objects to its
we've
withdrawal.
never done it that
Good.
way before.
Well, but that's what Robert's rule says. I just wanted to make sure we comply with
Tony, is
that.
that right? Since I seconded it?
No, it's for the body.
Belongs to the body.
The motion belongs to the body. If no one objects to it being withdrawn, it is withdrawn. So
You can object.
you have the floor.
Okay. So, I motion to direct our CEO and our board president to develop a plan to activate the community on the casino issue and return that plan to the board no later than the second week of October.
We need to be doing this week. need
No
to get
later
this
than
done.
next Friday.
So, I don't understand it. Have you withdrawn your first motion?
Yes.
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 And has everyone consented to the
Yes.
withdrawal
Yes.
of the
That'll
first
be
motion?
objected
Thank
to.
you. Okay.
So I'm trying to include what I heard, and what I heard from everyone is we want to make sure that our board president isn't left out, even though it was my intention to begin with, that they're now developing a plan together, that the plan is going to come back to the board no later than next Friday.
Director Director Dodd, you look like you
I
have a
think I
question.
include
I do have something
everything.
to say.
Okay.
I'm not prepared to second your motion. I think the board is a.
Can we find out if there is a second?
I'm going to second it because I want this to move forward.
Happy to
Go
take
ahead,
help on the
Director
motion.
Dodd. Well, wait, hang on a second. I beg your pardon. As the maker of the motion, she gets to speak first. I beg your pardon. Did you have anything further to say on your motion? Director Dodd, forgive me.
The board is assembled tonight. I would like us to make a strong statement tonight that we oppose the development of a casino in Reston, and that we would like to marshal all of our resources, which include those of our president and those of our CEO, to express our opposition in all ways possible. So that is the motion I would prefer to see on the table. Without a time, we'll do it in October. We can make a statement tonight as we are assembled tonight.
And Director Dodd, if I might,
Of course.
that was the point of having the item on the new business,
Yes.
is to have this conversation then, after an executive session that would brief the board on details that I'm not comfortable discussing in open session. Now, if you've seconded the motion, if after that conversation, somebody thinks that the motion is similar to the one, that's fine, but I think we've jumped ahead. The object here, it's 10 after 8, the object here was to take up this issue at the end of the agenda, and then take a position and have a vote to say we oppose. That was the intention. So with all due respect, it feels like we've jumped the gun before we've gotten to what we want to do. So, vote the motion up, vote the motion down. You have your preferences. I don't want, it's 10 after 8. We've got a lot of other stuff to do.
I move to table her motion until such time as you suggest after the presentation and executive session.
Is there a second?
Yeah, it's fine.
Is there discussion on the motion to table? All those in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous of all those present and voting. Thank you. Moving on. Third quarter cluster update. Does anybody on the board have a question with regard to the cluster update? Mr. Collins's last attempt at this effort, but I also want to thank Ms. Copeland for her efforts to assist former Director Collins. Any questions on the third quarter update?
Yes.
Director Flashman.
I note that the issue of the presentation of my information or position with regard to the Lakes City Working Group stated that it should be done no later than the 7th of September, and that was amended to put it the 28th of September, and that is not reflected in the report.
Understood. You got that edit? Anything else? Any other comments on the quarterly report? Somebody around here is going to volunteer to be the secretary and have to do this going forward. So, check your calendars, boys and girls. No more questions on the quarterly report. We move on to the treasurer's report. Anybody have any questions on the treasurer's report?
Mr. President, did you purposefully pass over the third quarter cluster outreach update?
Oh, forgive me. Yes, I did, because they both said third quarter. Was there a video on that? Yes? Any questions on the cluster update for the third quarter? Thank you for asking, Director Flashman, and obviously that was a controversial issue. Any other discussion on the Treasury report or the third quarter?
It simply meant that Cam now can go home.
I don't know.
The boss won't let me.
Oh!
Yeah. All right. If there's hearing and seeing nothing else on any of the foregoing material, I'd like to get a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Okay, you move to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing contractual matters, personnel matters, Competence Committee appeal, and potential litigation, and consultation with counsel.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous of all those present and voting. Thank you all. We'll be going into executive session. Council.
And along with Megan Macuzzi, our Community Outreach Manager, we are providing our 17th update on cluster outreach. Covenant staff continues to make large strides in our outreach efforts, which still include our show and tell events. Megan and I developed the concept of show and tell, bringing back to elementary school, where RA Covenant staff could meet with cluster and condominium association leaders, and they'd show us their clusters and tell us their problems. Topics of conversation include management tips and tricks, electric vehicle charging stations, cluster standards, enforcement and compliance inspections, resales, and so much more. For those of you that are not aware, Preston Association has approximately 180 sub-associations. Covenant staff has conducted more than 85 show and tells in the last 3 years, most of them ranging in a 2-hour on-site meeting with cluster or condo association leaders. We have been able to exceed our goal for 2023 of 25 show and tells by conducting 26 prior to September 22nd, just in time for fall. We continue to encourage cluster and condominium association leaders who have not had an opportunity for a show and tell to request one today. We have plenty of slots open between now and the end of the year. Another continued benefit and opportunity for support and education involves our meet and greets, where Covenant staff hosts virtual meetings with vendors and content experts on certain topics and provide association leaders the opportunity to learn and ask questions. Our last meet and greet was attended by more than 40 cluster and condo association representatives, and the meeting was co-hosted by Chadwick Washington, and the highlights of this meeting included Virginia legislative updates for laws going into effect as of July 1st of this year, laws surrounding the virtual meetings and neighbor disputes, proper governance of an association, considerations of what should be included in vendor contracts, and solar panels and electric vehicle charging stations. There was a meet and greet reviewing maintenance tips and cluster standards held on Monday, September 25th. A new opportunity created this year in consultation earlier this year from former board member Sarah Selvraj D'Souza was our RA Open House Resale Edition. This event was held on September 18th. This event provided an overview of the RA resale process, which included how to order a disclosure certificate, the odds and ends of the inspection process, how to request a certificate and financial update, how to ensure you are prepared for closing with a close letter, the information on sub-associations of Preston Association, and helpful resources and videos. If anyone is interested in receiving a copy of the PowerPoint held at that meeting, you can email cob@reston.org. Additionally, we introduced a new potential program called the Pre-Resale Inspection Program, which is aimed at providing an informal and proactive approach to the resale process, which may assist owners in preparing their homes for putting them on the market. While we continue to have large strides in our programming, we also continue to have large strides in evaluating and improving processes with the Covenants Administration Department. Thus far, we have been able to complete revisions to several resolutions aimed at increasing transparency and streamlining some of the processes to improve member experience based on feedback received from members. Internally, we have finished our departmental standard operating procedures and continue to evaluate for additions or revisions as they are needed. Ongoing projects continue with revisions to design guidelines continue to be a topic at full design review board meetings, with our last grouping coming to the design review board in October. We anticipate moving forward with at least 50 design guideline additions and revisions as we head into 2024. As we begin to get closer to finding a new website, Covenant staff continues to be dedicated to finalizing the cluster condominium directory. We now have a dedicated staff member and created a standard operating procedure for the directory and are in the beginning stages of ensuring we have the best path to collect the information and maintain it. Our goal is to have a single source available for direct public contact information for our cluster and condominium associations, all housed on the RA website. We are currently soliciting feedback on the directory, so if you'd like to provide comment, please email cov@reston.org. Looking ahead, we have some great opportunities for continued outreach, especially as it relates to our condominium associations. We continue to directly target condo associations for show and tells and have now a dedicated space in our cluster newsletter for condo leaders called Condo Corner. We continue to find ways to spread information to cluster leaders through the Cluster Connect and our meet and greets, with our last meet and greet of the year tentatively scheduled for December 4th, which will showcase an overview of the cluster directory. We look forward to continuing our collaborations with the Communications Department and conducting several more Reston Today videos surrounding how to complete a DRB application and highlighting the upcoming changes to the design guidelines. The last event or program of the year held by Covenants will be our RA Open House Single Family Edition. Many of our outreach has been dedicated to cluster and condominium associations. However, we are looking forward to connecting to single-family homeowners within Reston to provide an overview of introductions to Covenant staff, design guidelines, what the enforcement process looks like, especially as it relates to resales, complaints, our partnership with Sherwin-Williams, and so much more. This event will be held on October 11th, and all are welcome, and we will have representatives from member services in attendance. We look forward to hearing from you and continuing to serve all RA members. We want to also highlight the Covenants Department has an administrative staff member who is here to help facilitate and be a resource. So please feel free to remember our general email box, cov@reston.org. That's cov@reston.org. Email us anytime and we will be in touch. Have a great evening.
This is the Treasurer's Report for August 2023. As we finish the summer season, I think it is worth a look at how far we've come in the past year. Recreation registrations and programs track closely to their 2022 results. Other non-financial revenue sources also track closely to the 2022 results. And operating expenses increased in line with the revenues from assessments and other financial revenue. On a net basis, the net operating margin at August 31st, 2023 was just $9,800 below that at month-end August 2022. The assessments are $540,000 higher than for the same period in 2022. Fees are 32% ahead of the same period in 2022. Interest and dividend increases against actuals for 2022 continue to reflect current favorable market conditions and the generally higher level of interest being earned on RA bank deposits. Recreational program revenues are slightly off their 2022 levels, with incrementally better results in camps and programs at the Nature Center. Other revenue is $19,000 or 3.6% better than for the same period in 2022. Positive results have been generated in communications, central services, and covenants. Total revenues from programs and services were virtually flat on a year-over-year basis. Despite the challenges in filling several positions due to attrition, people costs have increased by $542,000 or 7.4% on a year-over-year basis as the association has filled 2 key executive positions. Administrative expenses have increased by $193,000 or 13.2% over the same period in 2022. This increase was composed of increases in facility rent of $139,000, $26,000 in insurance, and $27,000 in finance expenses. Other expenses led by increases in facility repairs, software licenses, and overhead expenses totaling $216,000 were partially offset by utility, maintenance contract, and vehicle savings of $123,000. At the end of August, RA had a total of 4 open budgeted positions, and the total number of employees was up 2 people from June 2022. Accounts receivable represent obligations owed the association, but as yet have not been converted to cash. Accounts receivable in total are up $76,500 from that at August 31st, 2022. As you can see at the schedule at the top of the slide, this increase is primarily driven by the number and value of covenant violations in process. At the end of August 2023, of the outstanding accounts, 59% were member accounts from prior years in process of legal collection, with an additional 34% of assessments owed in 2023. These 2023 accounts represent 3.4% of total assessments recognized as 2023 revenue and 4.1% of total assessments invoiced to members. Capital spending. $2.54 million of the $7.84 million of capital projects that have been funded through 2023 have been spent through August 2023. Of the total 70 projects budgeted through 2023, 23 were completed by the end of June. Ongoing major projects include the rebuild of Lake Thoreau Pool, refurbishment of Shadowwood Pool, and restoration of the Glade and Barton Hill tennis facilities and completion of the Hook Road and Hunters Woods ball fields. In summary, the increases in people costs, administrative expenses, and overhead expenses more than offset the increases from assessments and other revenue sources on a year-over-year basis. But the operating margin of $7.975 million is within $10,000 of that at August 2022. This concludes my report for the month. My written report and complete set of financial reports can be found in the board package of the September 28th meeting that you can find as an attachment to the meeting notice in the RA event calendar. If you have any questions at all on the financial or budgets, please do not hesitate to contact me at bodpatrine@reston.org, and I'll respond to you as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Look, it's fun.
I hear him ripping.
I was like, this whole thing. I'm gonna go down.
Hello, I'm Ha Brock, Volunteer Reston Manager for the Reston Association. With so many opportunities to give back, residents and businesses here in Reston have continued to help make this community shine. Today, we're here at the Glade Stream Valley working with our corporate partner, Volkswagen Group of America. Volunteers are removing stone grass and other invasive plants that have taken over our natural areas.
I think an activity like this makes our team stronger because it helps, forge connections between people on the team that might not always work together or at, different levels of seniority. And it also helps us learn, the ways we work together and, helps us just kind of not take work so seriously sometimes and be able to kind of do something that's fun and a little challenging in different ways.
On a day of service, corporate teams like Volkswagen join forces to create positive change and impact. We encourage companies to designate one day out of the year for employees to give back to the community through volunteering. Here at Volunteer Reston, we want to help plan your day of service or team building activity. We have experienced on-site staff that will lead a 2 to 3 hour project, accommodating groups of up to 50 employees.
Our team actually formed an assembly line for planting some new plants. We had some folks digging holes, some planting the new trees, and others following up with mulch and flags to tag the plants. So it just showed how, this group works as a team, and even with an opportunity like this, we were able to work together to find a way to make it more efficient. I would definitely recommend this project to other groups that want to make an impact in the community. For Volkswagen as a brand, one of our values is making a positive impact on people and the planet.
Projects can be scheduled on any day of the week. Help us by furthering the impact of your team's efforts. The teamwork between our volunteers and staff promotes our commitment to the community. For more information on Volunteer Reston, reach out to me, Ha Brock, Volunteer Reston Manager at ha@reston.org or 703-435-7986.
We're Volkswagen of America and we love Reston!
Hi, I'm Chris Shoemaker, Director of Capital Projects for Reston Association. We're here today at Lake Throw Pool, where I'm here to give you an update on this project and Shadowwood Pool, which is currently under construction. Here I'm standing in the new zero depth feature at Lake Throw Pool, which will permit ADA accessibility from here and into the main pool, which we never had before. With this pool, we're about 90% completion and anticipate being done by Thanksgiving. At Shadowwood Pool, we're completed with Phase 1 and beginning work on Phase 2. We anticipate both facilities being open in 2024 swim season. You can see here behind me the new addition to Lake Throw Pool. This allowed us to have additional space inside the bathrooms for ADA accessibility and gave us more space for guards and a family bathroom. Next to me is going to be the new elevated deck, which is about 90 by 30 feet and provide additional space for those to look out over the lake as well as enjoy the pool area. Behind me used to be where the spa was located, and we've now moved it over to the other side of the facility to provide ADA accessibility. It's been kept the same size but has improved jets and heating that we didn't have before. At Shadowwood Pool, we've completed Phase 1 that included the squaring of the main pool and the replacement of the bathhouse roof. Phase 2 work is underway with the design and engineering as we prepare to submit the documentation for DRB approval and for county permits. Some of the features proposed in Phase 2 at Shadowwood include the conversion of the wading pool into a splash pad, installation of gas heating for the main pool for users' enjoyment, and ADA enhancements to the bathhouse and entrance. We anticipate this work being underway here in the fall and winter and be completed before the reopening of 2024. For more information, please visit their website at reston.org or contact us at capitalprojects@reston.org.
Another wonderful summer of activities here in Reston is coming to an end, and we hope you had a chance to enjoy them all. From the start of summer camps, our counselors were excited to bring their love of camp to your children.
We are Reston Camps and we love Reston!
With 17 different camp programs, we had many opportunities for your kids to experience fun this summer. Reston Tennis had an amazing turnout at the Northern Virginia Tennis League with 2 teams competing in the semifinals against each other. And one of those teams, they won the tournament. Tennis and pickleball lessons are a summer highlight and continue into the fall months. Our pros are here and ready to help elevate these sports into your fun and healthy lifestyle. From bus trips to the Kennedy Center, to the Totally Trucks, to our end of summer dog paddles, our events are bringing the Reston community together to share in the fun. New this year, we had the end of summer cookout and pool party at Lake Newport Pool, enjoying the music, activities, prizes, and amazing barbecue. We hope you enjoyed our summer programs and look forward to seeing you at some of our great fall and winter events, like the community yard sale with over 80 vendors, the annual Friends of Reston Fall 5K raising funds for kids' scholarships, the Nature House Halloween House and Trick or Treat Trail, And this year, we're excited to announce the inaugural Reston Association Winterfest, an event featuring a Light Up the Park walk, a Santa experience in Enchanted Forest, holiday booths, live music performances, and food and drinks from local vendors. And after the Winterfest, head over to the Nature House for the Holiday Fest. Come and experience the holidays with Earl the Squirrel and Myrtle the Turtle. Look for the new activities guide in the mail or visit Reston.org and view all the programs and activities offered throughout the rest of the year. We have something here for everyone.
Hi neighbors, I'm Maggie Edwards, President of the Friends of Reston Board of Directors. Friends of Reston is a 501c3 that supports the Reston Association with charitable, scientific, and educational projects. I'm here today to invite you to the 3rd annual Friends of Reston Fall 5K. This great community event winds along Reston's picturesque trails, starting and completing here at Browns Chapel Recreation Area. Not only is this a great way to get active in the beautiful outdoors, it also contributes to our Reston Youth and Enrichment Fund. This fund helps children whose families could not otherwise afford the tuition to attend RA camps and tennis programs. We hope you'll run, walk, or stroll with us in support of this wonderful cause. Registration for our 5K is now open. Please find the link in the description section of this video. I hope to see you at this great family event.
contractual nature concerning a covenants committee appeal or a consultation with counsel were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
I have a second, please.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous of all those present and voting. You have more motions, ma'am.
Move to defer the consideration of the covenants committee appeal brought against Colston Cluster until January 2024's regular board meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous of all those present and voting.
Move to accept the offer from B&B Signal Company Incorporated as presented in executive session and approve entering into the traffic easement for Temporary Road and North Shore Drive.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Director Petrine. Discussion. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous of all those present and voting. Any more motions? Okay. I think we're ready to move on to the Barton Hill renovation discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few introductory remarks, and then Peter Luss going to handle walking you through the options here this evening. Tonight's meeting is to take a look at some alternatives for potentially redoing the Barton Hill tennis facility, potentially add pickleball. I think that's a well-known initiative that has been out for some time. In the board packet tonight, we've given you options that include, obviously, a do-nothing option, an option that shows 4 dedicated pickleball courts, and then an option that had previously been discussed showing 6 dedicated pickleball courts and blended lines. I thought, just by way of introduction, this project has been discussed for quite some time, having worked its way through committees with recommendations to move to pickleball on its way here to the board. We are hearing from quite a few people, and you did hear from a few tonight, that pickleball is a recreational amenity that a number of our members are interested in having in the community. And we've also heard from a number of neighbors that live near the facility that have some concerns regarding impacts and have asked the association to look at mitigating those impacts. One of the things that I just wanted to highlight, because one of those talking points has come up at the community meetings, has been issues around safety and a crosswalk where our trail currently goes across Barton Hill Road. As an update, we are still aggressively pursuing a new crosswalk to make that a safer condition. We're currently working with VDOT on that, but it is disassociated from tonight's decision-making process. That's on its own path, and we're looking to do that regardless of how the board moves forward on tonight's issue. So the other thing I would note, we tend to look at these things system-wide at the staff level and look at different options. There currently is a facility on the north, in the north of Reston at Autumnwood with pickleball courts, and there is no such facility, in the south portion of Reston. And as we've talked about equity between and around the all of Reston, that's an issue that has come up when new facilities are built. So I'm going to hand it off to Peter, and he's going to walk through some of the materials we gave you, and we'll try to be brief, but we do think it's important to walk through a few things.
Thanks, Mac. Good evening, everyone. This will be a review for those that attended the Barton Hills community meeting earlier this month, so we're going to give an abbreviated version of that presentation to walk through sort of the highlights and get into the conversation. So if we could move to the next slide, please. The project was approved in 2021 as part of the CIP as a recommendation from the Recreation Facility Working Group. So that's sort of how the project came to be and why we're discussing it here tonight. Since that time, staff have held 2 town hall style community meetings. At the first community meeting held in March of this year, there were multiple concerns that were brought to staff. Staff then returned in September. So if we can move again to the next slide. So at the first meeting, there were many issues that were to be considered by staff, including court noise, traffic, the crosswalk and trail connection, parking, and court operations, all of which were then brought back to the community the second meeting a few weeks ago in September 2023. We heard extensively in that meeting specifically about pickleball noise and the crosswalk. As Mac mentioned, staff are currently working with VDOT to work through the crosswalk issues. Moving on to pickleball in Reston, specifically, this was not a slide that was shown in September. There is an important distinction to make here. Having lived through almost 10 years of watching pickleball grow in Northern Virginia, the difference between dedicated courts and blended lines is important for pickleball players and also for tennis players. So you heard a speaker earlier tonight talk about there's only 4 courts in Reston, that's because he's referring to the 4 dedicated courts at Autumnwood. Even though we show that there's blended lines at other facilities like Colts Neck and Lake Newport, both tennis and pickleball players would probably tell you they're not thrilled with those decisions and that both courts should be dedicated to that sport specifically. Next. Sure.
Can you explain why? Like why?
Sure.
Why are blended lines?
There's really 2 main points there. The first being confusion of lines on the courts, like any synthetic turf field that you might see. There's lines everywhere for 10, 12 different sports on that field. A tennis court, pickleball court is a much smaller space with lots of lines everywhere. It can cause confusion. The other is just access to the court. If it's a dedicated court for pickleball, you're dealing with pickleball people. If it's a blended lines court, it's now tennis and pickleball competing for the same space.
Michelle, if I can add to that answer, there are members of pickleball who've mentioned to me that playing pickleball, when you have blended lines like that, you have to have a portable net for pickleball.
That's also true.
And many pickleball players will tell you that that's not an acceptable arrangement because maintaining tension on the net is difficult. So they prefer not to play on. Playing on a reversible court is a matter of last resort for them.
So moving on, as one of the takeaways from the first community meeting, a sound study was completed at Barton Hill in June of 2023. This was to assess existing conditions on the site, including continuous and impact noise. So if you look at the continuum here on the screen, what we're showing is what a jet engine dBA is, what rustling leaves are at the bottom of the continuum, where the Fairfax County sound ordinance is at 60 dBA, and the continuous noise measurement found at Barton Hill to be 54 dBA. So this is continuous noise, which is vehicles, traffic, things that are constantly moving while at the site. So if we move to the next slide and we talk about impulse noise or impact measurements at 300 feet or the closest property line, we run into the same continuum using the jet engine and the rustling leaves as sort of our bookends, and the Fairfax County impulse sound ordinance being at 100 dBA, and our average at the time of the sound study being 57 dBA. So what you see on the screen is the maximum, the median, and the minimum dBA for impulse noise at 300 feet, which is the closest property line. Next slide, please. So as we look at sound attenuation, we do not have any sound attenuation in Reston currently. Staff did lots of work to research the different options. Obviously, there are multiple pickleball options out there now because pickleball noise is an issue nationwide. So we have chosen to look at the AcoustiFence by AcoustiBlock option, and we'll talk just a little bit about what that looks like. This is an option that's hung on existing fencing that is used in Northern Virginia in multiple jurisdictions to look at noise issues regarding pickleball. So if you look at this full continuum here, we've included all of the measurements that are sort of related to this issue. So all the way on the end, looking at the jet engine, moving backwards, 100 dBA for the impulse sound, 60 dBA for continuous sound as it relates to the county noise ordinance, the measurements that we found in our study at 57 and 54 dBA, and then an estimated attenuated sound through using AcoustiBlock or AcoustiFence, which is the name of the product. So we could potentially, using the AcoustiFence product, see sound in the 25 to 35 dBA range, which is below the noise ordinance for both continuous and impulse sound. The major issue, as I discussed earlier from the conversation earlier in September, was discussion of the crosswalk. Multiple community members spoke about safety in crossing Barton Hill Road. So we are working actively with VDOT. We have submitted what's called a crosswalk justification memo to VDOT to get that work underway. Chris Shoemaker, our Director of Capital Projects, is working that, and we're moving that forward sort of separately from the courts project. This is a different initiative now to kind of make this work and address the concerns heard from the community. So at that community meeting in September, a question that came up multiple times is, what are you going to ask the board when you talk to the board at the end of September? So we committed to the community that evening that we would come back with 2 different designs and ask the board to consider 2 different court designs. The first is the original design that was presented in March that includes 6 dedicated pickleball courts and 4 blended line courts that would be shown on the tennis court. So a total of 10 pickleball courts is included in option 1. When staff returned with option 2 in September, next slide please, staff returned with 4 dedicated pickleball courts without blended lines. So what we're talking about is 2 different options that include 6 or 4 dedicated courts and 4 or no courts with blended lines. When we came back with this design, we thought that this really responded to community feedback, would reduce the total sound coming from courts, and ultimately could reduce the parking needs at the courts by reducing the number of pickleball courts. Next slide, please. That is the last slide. So, open to take questions.
Questions for Mr. Lusk? Hearing and seeing none. Director Flashman, I understand you have a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Director Johnson, you had questions?
I did. I wanted to talk about the, and thank you for recognizing me, wanted to talk about the sound study. Can we, we're looking at this right here, and it says that it took place on June 1st. I believe, from other information we received, that June 1st was a Saturday.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
There was a study in May.
Okay. So in any case, the study that we've
Can you
gone.
hold your mic a little closer?
I think it's hard to hear you.
Sure. I'll just be blunt. How thorough was the data that was this study that was done? I mean, it says impulse sounds, things along those lines. How closely were those aligned to a pickleball sound?
So just a quick clarification, there may be some confusion. So the June 1st date is actually a Thursday.
Okay.
There was a separate study done on the traffic crosswalk that was done on a Saturday. Just two separate points.
Appreciate it, thank you.
So the sound study that was completed at Barton Hill was to measure noise that's currently taking place on the site. So to answer your question directly, there was not pickleball happening at the time of the study. There was tennis going on at the time of the study.
Okay.
Any other questions? Director Joseph.
When you had the slide up about sound mitigation options, my understanding is there are multiple types of sound mitigation options, and the ones that we presented to the community were all of the same type, and that there is a different type out there. I'm not an expert, but do you know, could you speak to that, or did we study both types and decide on one type?
So I may ask Chris to come up and answer that. I'll just add, we did look through options that we knew we could install using the fencing that we currently have and what's being used in the region as sort of a benchmark. But Chris, I'll let you speak further to that.
So yeah, we did a literature review of all the available.
Hold the mic closer.
Closer. We did a literature review of all the available options on the market right now, ranging from Acousta-Block, which is really kind of a mass-loaded vinyl. So it's a dense fabric kind of used often in sound studios to help deaden. There's other products that have combinations of that product and more of a pillowed type of fabric, sort of a nylon absorption. We also looked at actual sound barriers used on highways, an actual solid aluminum wall, even dirt berms, all of which we had varying levels of performance, life expectancy, and complications with the site installation. Putting in a berm would be exceedingly expensive because of the disturbed area, so you'd have to get a site plan. Putting in a sound wall like on a roadway may also necessitate a site plan because of the disturbed area to install something like that, because it's a separate wall from the rest of the facility. So you're now doubling up the amount of disturbed area to put that in. It's also exceedingly expensive. Those systems are probably 2 to 3 times the cost. The other option, which is very similar to Acousta-Block, but really it's kind of that product along with a pillowed type fabric that's attached to the face of it, had a very short life expectancy in comparison, maximum 10 years. We also started playing it. I have samples in my office and was kind of testing those to kind of see how they work. And one test I wanted to know was, how well does this stuff drain? Because basically you have a pillow type fabric in the outside elements. And I submerged it in water for an hour and then tried to see how long it would take to dry. It took over 4 days to fully dry out, and it doubled in weight once you did soak it. So my thought was trying to put something that would double its weight when it gets wet and hang that from a fence that also has wind load. Not a good combination, and it could mold and rot, and it also had certain concerns about flammability because now you're dealing with a fabric type product. So all those elements kind of played into the fact that we think Acousta-Block is really the best option. It's been used in other facilities in the area, and we felt that was really the best option to go for.
Follow-up question, or second question, but it's not, but it might need you to. We had a lot of member comments tonight about if we do 4, to leave the room so that 6 could be done later, and that's not an option before us, can you speak to why that wouldn't be an option of doing 4 but leaving room for 2 more to be added later?
It wasn't really an option thought of earlier on. It was kind of presented to us. It is something that is feasible to do if the board has the desire to do so. But that wasn't really a consideration at the time when we first developed it. We wanted to kind of be more clear with the 4 or 6. The hybrid option, we'll kind of leave that to you if you want to go that route.
I would just add, if there's a decision to install 4 with room for 2 more, the community will most definitely notice that there are 2 little sleeves in the court for other pickleball courts. So it will be noticeable that other courts could be installed later. The other thing I would mention is we wouldn't want to make that decision after the courts have been installed, because as we've talked about before, you would have to go into the concrete that's just been poured to put footers in for new courts. So the decision is pretty important on the front end so that we're not going backwards and doing different work.
How many footers for the net stanchions?
That's correct.
Director McClure?
I have a two-part question, one for you, Peter. We've discussed the noise study many times, and how extensive has the noise study been that you know about? Because I think this noise issue keeps coming up from the members. I think we need to share more data, because right now the material that is presented is just a summary of the study, and I think the details behind it would help the members understand in terms of the number of points, distances, geography, et cetera, et cetera. And the question for you, Chris, is with the soundproofing material, what is the maintenance on that? And do we have to worry about any safety liability issues if there's wind, if one of them just blows away and hits something? So, two-part.
So Chris, why don't you go ahead and talk about the sound simulation?
So the sound study performed at Barton Hill was done by a sound engineer using lab calibrated microphone systems and done under basically the opinion of a professional in a sense. So that's what they do. They came out, they did multiple sound tests. They had one stationary microphone that does your long-term sound study, so that takes the continuous sound levels and tracks them over a period of time. Then they had a separate microphone that is then positioned in multiple points throughout the area at varying distances to try to get the different points. So the actual sound study is provided on the project page, and it goes through all the background detail and specifics that was done. So if you need the detail on that, it's been there, it's been available, I think, the day after the meeting that was had. So it was done in a way to try to capture both the impulse and the continuous sound. Multiple sound measurements were taken over a prolonged period, both before there were players and then while there were players playing tennis. So those were also captured as part of that analysis.
Multiple players?
Yes. There was, I believe, at least a dozen playing at the time.
And the question about liability with regards to the sound.
So regarding to that, as part of the cost estimation, we also included a small amount to then upgrade the fencing system slightly in order to support the added weight and wind load that would come with a sound fencing installation. And speaking with the engineering team, they believe that would be sufficient in order to sustain it in the maximum expected wind loads of the area. So we don't believe there's a liability with that.
Any other questions? Director Flashman?
Are there other studies that you would conduct on sound, and particularly the kind of sound that is generated by pickleball, for instance, 4 courts at once, if they were in use at the same time, which would give a more definitive answer with regard to the penetration of the sound and how noisy it would be at the highest peak?
Are you asking, could an addendum be done?
Yeah.
Sure, an addendum could be done.
How long would that take?
I'm going to guess 30 days?
I would say at least, yeah, to coordinate.
1 to 2
and
months.
spool up, yeah.
Sorry?
1 to 2 months.
Director McClure?
I know there was discussion about the traffic study. Is that traffic study done, or do you intend to look at it a little bit more? Because a lot of members have concerns about safety and related to cars driving up and down and parking spaces and all of that. And I think based on what I have seen, it seems like there needs to be another look somehow to take account of traffic, maybe while people are waiting, or maybe while kids are playing soccer on that soccer field at the same time, or some combination of those two activities, just to get an idea what safety is over there.
So there was a traffic pedestrian study that was done on the Barton Hill Road, and that was required as part of the actual crosswalk justification memo to VDOT. So the engineering team did a study. It had to be done during a certain time period to ensure that school was still in session. It was during a time period where there should be ample traffic. And so they took that information along with the measurements and sight lines and details, and they did an analysis which determined that a tier 1 improvement, which is a high visibility crosswalk, was justified. And in that sense, we then submit that to VDOT for their interpretation to then say, yes, we do agree or not agree with you. That's been submitted to VDOT and it's still under review.
So is that the traffic study that we refer to as being done on a Saturday?
Yes.
So that was not during a weekday?
No, but it was still leading up. It has to be done at least X number of weeks prior to school going out.
I think it would be important to note, Jalal, there are multiple kinds of traffic studies. We were looking at conflict points and traffic relative to the sidewalk and the crosswalk, on that issue, not so much the intersection of Barton Hills Road and Sunrise Valley.
But is it fair to say, excuse me, I'll get to it. Is it fair to say, did you have something?
I just wanted to add one note. I just, through my watch here, Jeffrey Holzer from our Kimley Horn team is watching. He let me know that the cross was done on Saturday and a Thursday.
I beg your pardon?
The crosswalk study was done on both a Saturday and a Thursday. It's done on a weekend and a weekday.
That was going to be my concern, because the concern mentioned by the membership was school kids getting to the Sunrise Valley Elementary. So that part of the study needs to be amended so that, because when I read the study, and Director Mapar and I were sitting in the back of the room reading the study, and the only date we saw was a Saturday. So I would hope that we would be updating that information for VDOT so that they know we were counting kids going to school and not just people coming from and to the soccer field. Other questions, Director Flashman?
If you were to do such studies, as I mentioned earlier, you said it would take 1 to 2 months to undertake. I'm assuming that the studies would take into account the distances that people are claiming are from the courts and where the sound is being generated to their property lines, so that it would be a clear understanding of what sound is reaching what places.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? I have had a conversation with Director Flashman, and I will come to you, sir. But over the course of a period of time, I'm a little concerned that there is a consensus on the board not to go forward with pickleball at all. And I'm concerned about that because I don't want to spend any more money on engineering. If there are 5 votes on this board not to put pickleball at Barton Hills, that would be a waste of time. So I would entertain a motion not to do pickleball at Barton Hills, and let's have a debate on that, and let's vote on that. Can I have that motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Go ahead, Director. Well, Director Jusek gets the first call, but I'll come to you. Go.
You requested it. I think that it is a valid discussion for us to have. It came up in March's meeting. Isn't that when Sarah threw it out? No, May's meeting, when Sarah originally threw it out to not do pick. Was it May's meeting? And I felt like we couldn't truly have the discussion then, so I was happy to throw the motion so that we could have a discussion on it.
I have a second. Director Gravich, you want to speak to the motion?
I believe you were correctly stating that it would take 5 votes to potentially kill the pickleball at Barton Hill, but I just want to make sure that there wasn't a previous board decision that we would be overriding that would require a supermajority of 6 and not 5.
No.
No.
Council says no.
My recollection is that the former president made a motion to try to kill it. It failed, so you'd just be bringing that motion again.
But there's no prior notice that this motion or consideration would be raised, and so it does require
No, because this was on the agenda. The members knows we were talking about this.
not to override the prior decision to have pickleball.
But there's been ample notice that we were going to decide what to do with pickleball tonight.
I would say that regardless, 5 is a supermajority.
I'm sorry?
5 is a supermajority now,
Yeah.
because Director Collins has resigned.
So we only have 8 directors.
I have a question of the board. Just as you're all kicking this around, it would be helpful if this motion passes to understand the will of the board relative to the value systems, because it comes up at PrAC, and if we want to add pickleball somewhere else, kind of what are the delineating factors in your minds so that we can understand how to answer the question of pickleball going forward. Simply because of site characteristics, this is the site that has the biggest distance to residential properties in our system, and we have people asking about pickleball. So if you decide to do this, it would help me to understand how to answer and deal with pickleball going forward.
Respectfully, Mr. Cummins, that would be a conversation for a different night. It's 5 minutes of 10. If it is the will of the board not to go forward with pickleball, I think we need to come to that conclusion and then get on with other business. The philosophical question you're asking is a legitimate one, but in view of the hour, I'm going to have a motion to extend in order to get through budget and casino. So, Director Dodd.
I would like to speak against the motion. I am in favor of adding more pickleball courts to Reston. We have seen a growing interest in pickleball, and the PrAC committee has put substantial time and energy into considering the best way to increase the availability of this growing sport within Reston. And as Mr. Cummins pointed out, Barton Hill has the greatest distance from residential neighborhoods. We understand that and have made allowances to accommodate the noise concerns. And so I think that it would be wrong of the board to override all of the work done by PrAC and so many to advance this sport.
Director Johnson.
I would like more data. I mean, that's really what it is. It's not, I don't ask questions because they're loaded. I'm not asking questions because I'd like to get to a particular conclusion. I'm asking questions because I want information. I don't feel like I've got enough information about each option. I don't feel like I've got enough information about particularly the sound test. I don't think we've got the data yet to make a decision that is going to, and we're not physicians, but I do think we should do minimal harm to the particular community. And I think we should, my decision would be made to err on the side of familial comfort, residential comfort, as opposed to games or sports. I would much rather know that the folks who who live in the houses over in Barton Hill are comfortable on a nightly basis than I am about whether or not folks are going to get a chance to play pickleball.
I didn't catch the last part.
I'm more interested in the comfort of the folks who live in Barton Hill than I am about whether or not folks are going to get the chance to play pickleball.
Thank you. Director Garrett.
Just a point of clarification, if this motion passes, there will be no more information. There will be no new information. We're not going to assign staff out to work on something that no longer exists. So the information that we have now is the information you should make your decision off of. And if you can't make, it sounds like regardless of the information that would come back, the way your erring would be to potentially remove pickleball from this location, which is fine. But the beginning part of that statement where we were talking about you'd like more information, you'd like to see more about these particular designs and how it would impact the community, that would not be coming to the board. And so I think that's important to note.
Is there a response, Director John?
Yeah, I understand what I said, and I understand that, and I also didn't say how I was going to vote. I just said that I wanted more information. And I also said that I was erring on the side of the folks who live over there. And the folks who live over there asked for more studies. A lot of the people who were here asked for more information. And I think they're right. And I feel like, I'm not saying that I'm voting for this motion, I'm saying that I would like more information, full stop.
Okay. The conversation or the comments, I think, are supposed to be directed towards the motion, so that's what I'm trying to get more clarity on how the board feels about the particular motion more than anything else.
Thank you, Director. Would anyone else speak to the motion to not do pickleball on Barton Hills? You had Director Flashman raised his hand.
I think it is important to do some further due diligence in terms of the studies so that we are in a better position to make a decision. My understanding is that this is not a decision that is going to affect pickleball wherever. It is a decision on pickleball at Barton Hill. Am I correct?
That's the motion.
And I think that we need to complete the due diligence before we're in a position to make a decision about that. The due diligence is not excessive. It has been stated here it would take 1 or 2 months. And I would be in favor of allowing that to go forward. My understanding is that it probably would not be terribly expensive. And we're not talking about any other studies that would have to be undertaken in order to complete that due diligence, as far as I know, unless you tell me there are others that should be undertaken.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. We are not going to ever have perfect information until, in fact, courts were to be put in. And I don't think we have very good information now. It's not perfect. It could be better. But if I'm going to err, I'm going to err on the side of the people that live in the immediate area. And I'm going to vote for the motion.
Any further? Director Jefferson.
Okay, not everyone was on the board back then, but I made the motion to delay adding Barton Hill to the budget the year that we added it to the budget, because that's what happened. You add a capital project to the budget, and it stays there because you fund it that year, and it stays there until it's done, unless we defund it. The reason I did that at the time wasn't because I was against pickleball, and I'm still not against pickleball. It's because as an association, we had not made any decisions on what does this sport look like in our community. And so we have tortured, I feel like, our residents having to follow this topic for multiple years now, and we still have not made a decision on what pickleball looks like in Ruston. We can argue over what it looks like in Fairfax County, because we at least have some type of ordinances and guidelines as to what is allowed and what is not allowed, even if it's imperfect, because nothing says pickleball in Fairfax County because they haven't made rules. But there's at least legal, guidelines to stay within there. But the reason why Ruston Association was formed is because we're a planned community and we wanted to make our own decisions and we wanted to follow, the planned community for our residents. And so I'm all for moving forward with pickleball in Ruston, but we have now delayed the courts being redone because we haven't made a decision on what pickleball looks like in Ruston. So I would rather move forward with these courts. I do think that there are courts in South Ruston that could be made that are actually farther away and in better conditions. That's my own personal opinion, but I think it's possible in South Ruston to do that. But I honestly think that our first course of action is to decide what pickleball looks like in Ruston. Then we can build all the courts we want, and we won't have the members after us for I don't want that. I want this because we gave them the guidelines. We allowed them to participate in making the guidelines. We could have DRB have records of these guidelines for when they're reviewing, applications that come through, because we're going to submit an application as Reston Association. But we've not made that decision. We haven't done our job of planning for what pickleball looks like in Reston. I also believe at this point that safety is a really important issue, and we don't know when or if safety will get any better at this location. So until that's the case, or if it's the case, because VDOT helps us make that decision, it does not make me feel like pickleball is a good location for Barton Hill.
Director Mapar.
I wanted to also jump in there and first of all say that the motion is a very hard one because it sounds like you're either with us or against us. I don't really agree with the motion, but be it as it may, I don't believe I have enough information to make a judgment to move forward on pickleball courts and just going with that. In the absence of not sufficient data, I have to revert back to go in with the will of the community that is most affected. And based on the calls that I have had and the letters that we saw and the comments made today, I find that majority of the people who have issues with pickleball are from Barton Hill area. And several who want pickleball are in other areas of Reston. I am not against pickleball. I think right now, if that is the motion, I can't vote for it. I believe we need to also consider maybe other locations. And because we need to be responsive to the members who love to do pickleball, to play pickleball. So that's the dilemma. And like I said, in the absence of that information that I need, I have to revert back to the members who are most affected.
Just to restate the motion is not to put pickleball at Barton Hills. That's the motion that I'm going to call for a vote on here in a second. Because further study, my concern is that further study is not going to change anybody's mind on this board. And I can count to 5.
Well, we don't know that.
And everybody else can. And I'm just kicking a can down the road, say, well, we're going to study it for 2 more months. It's just a way of wasting money and wasting time and keeping the uncertainty of our constituents, both the people who live there and the people who want to play the game. It's not fair to them. Director Johnson.
Yeah, I'm going to say that I'm protesting this motion. I think it's a fairly cynical position that we're taking. I think assuming that asking for additional information is a no vote is I think beneath the dignity of this board. There's been all the members of this board have seen an email requesting a pause on this process in order to further assess the information we've received. And I think a number of us have expressed have had positive reaction to that motion. I think demanding that we make a Manichaean choice now, when several of us have expressed the need to, well, not necessarily the need, but have expressed a desire to get additional information before we make a final decision, is I don't think it's appropriate.
I think we might be like, I'm trying to get behind, I'm trying to understand the comments more fully, Director Johnson. I don't think anybody a motion was made by the Vice President and.
At my request, in fairness.
Sure, sir, sorry. And like, that's what's up for discussion. Like, I'm just at a loss. I don't understand, okay, I apologize.
I'm happy to clarify if you have a question.
I don't need,
No
you
one's
don't
being,
need to
yeah,
play ping pong.
no one's being forced to make any decision here, but if you would like additional information, then yes, it would be a vote against the motion if you would, if we are moving forward with the removal of pickleball, then it's a yes, I guess. Like,
Director Dodd, you wanted to be heard?
So I hear people say that we need more information, and more information is never bad. I hear people say we haven't really decided what pickleball is in Reston. Well, we've had PrAC discussing this issue for a substantial amount of time with a lot of public notice that it was being discussed. And the PrAC committee did consider Barton Hill, other locations. I'm not on the committee, so I can't speak specifically to how the deliberations proceeded. But we tasked a body of volunteer residents with the job of evaluating the recreational needs of Reston Association, and they came back strongly saying the interest in pickleball is growing. Barton Hill looks like the best place to put it. And so I don't know what more it would take for Reston Association to decide what pickleball looks like in Reston. We've had people discussing this for years. I know pickleball hasn't been around that long, but it's not brand new. We've seen it. We've seen it growing not just here, but everywhere. So, I don't know whether or not this motion is the way to move forward. To me, a motion not to put pickleball at Barton Hill, I would only support that motion if my mind were so made up that I wouldn't need, that another study wouldn't tell me anything. If your mind is made up that pickleball at Barton Hill is a complete no-go, then vote for the motion. But if you think more information would help, then vote against the motion. And I'm going to vote against the motion.
Okay. What's that?
I don't think that we ever tasked PrAC. I think that PrAC has given us some opinions, but I don't think that the board ever tasked PrAC with deciding on a location. That location came from staff I was here when you guys put it forth, but I believe that recommendation came from staff, not from PrAC. I think that PrAC gave some opinions after.
You're right.
To support it, but it was not studied and it was not, we didn't ask them to pick a location. The staff picked a location and then PrAC followed the project and has been giving their opinions since then.
What the staff did was to look at all the potential locations and say, this location is the location that is most remote from other houses. It is the most isolated location. And that's how the staff moved forward. We were still going through the reworking of process for new facilities okay? So we didn't have that process in place.
And can I just say a comment that I saw briefly on the screen? Jane Baum says that she is served on PrAC and that the committee was never asked about a location
It was asked-
for pickleball.
Right, no, the staff came to us with the location.
Okay, so that did not come from the committee, and I stand
PrAC
corrected
did
on
look
that.
at this proposal. I don't want to miss it, and I think
Right.
we looked at it before Jane joined the committee. So Director Juszek is right. PrAC did not look at every piece of ground that were owned in Reston. But
PrAC
staff
wasn't even in
Yeah,
service
right.
at the time in which
Right,
this
that's
happened.
exactly right. But the staff did come to the board and say, prior board, what are we, two presidencies ago?
Yes.
The staff did come to the board and say, this site is the one that's most distant from homes. And so, with the idea that there could be a different site that you would put this activity on, I'm having gone through this exercise when we were looking at having indoor tennis and indoor swimming pools back in 2012. I had the opportunity to look at almost every piece of property Reston Association owns that isn't already committed to something. And I have grave difficulty trying to figure out where you would put pickleball, if not here. But it's the will of the board. And I'm happy to follow the will of the board. I just have to say that in talking to my fellow board members, I got the distinct impression that there were at least 5 members of this board who it didn't matter what the hell the studies came up with. No, we didn't want to do pickleball at Barton Hill. And it wasn't a cynical move. It was, hey, wait a second. Why are we taking time when people have already made up their mind? If you haven't made up your mind, then vote against the motion. That's the simple answer. But if there are 5 votes here not to go forward at Barton Hill, and additional information is not going to change your mind, Director Dodd has this exactly right. Vote in favor of the motion. With that, I'm going to call the motion. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Could you repeat the motion again?
The motion is, forgive me, the motion is not to put pickleball at Barton Hills.
Okay.
All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Director Juszak, Director Petrine, and Director Mapar vote aye. All those opposed, vote no. All right, Director Dodd, Director Flashman, Director Gravich, Director Johnson vote no. The motion is defeated. Okay. Is there any other business to do with Barton Hill? Director Flashman.
I move to postpone any further decisions on the proposals for the installation of pickleball courts at Barton Hill tennis courts until such time as staff has conducted further research into the issue of sound, which we described earlier, and comes back with a report on that.
Can you give me a not later then, please?
They said 2 months.
Well, then, Janie.
Not later than
Not later than
Not later than, tell me.
December?
Regular board meeting November?
December,
December board
January.
meeting?
I was going to,
Is that
December
not-
is a short month for us.
It's,
week before
that's,
Thanksgiving.
so we'll have the
Yeah.
board meeting in the middle of December, so.
Yeah, I would say no later than
January?
regular board meeting in December.
January?
No, I think we can hit by December.
You think you can?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
not later than the board
That's
meeting
the
for
December 12th. You can make it to by December 12th?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident we can, yeah.
Okay. So your motion would say not later than December 12th?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Second. Second by Director Johnson. Is there any further discussion? Please, God, no, on the motion.
And we're limiting it to sound, I think.
Sorry?
We're limiting it to sound.
Yes.
It's got to include traffic.
Excuse me?
Got to include traffic as well.
Can it include traffic?
Make the amendment. Move the amendment.
I move to amend your motion to include traffic in there as well.
Is there a second to that motion?
Can I understand what you're asking?
Hang on. Let's follow regular order so we can track what we're doing. That's why I'm asking this, because we have to have a record that says what we did and what we're doing. Okay, so you want amendment for traffic, and did I get a second to that amendment? You're seconding? Director Juszak seconds the motion to add traffic to the studies that will be done by staff not later than January 14th. Is there, what?
I would like to know what he means by traffic.
May I?
What is to be studied on? Because there are all sorts of traffic studies. but-
Your question has been framed. Let's let the maker of the motion answer.
My understanding was that some of the traffic study was done on a Saturday, and maybe some of it was done on a Thursday. They have the data. If they have the data, they need to show the data. But if they haven't done it during the school time, then they need to do that as well. That's what I mean by the traffic. Not to revamp the traffic, but just add to it.
So you want to be
Just like
sure,
the sound study.
so you want to be sure that the studies on traffic have included school time?
10:30.
Can you be specific about what it is you want? So that the staff understands what it is they're
Hang
going to
on,
do?
Director Flashman, do you understand what Director Mapar is looking for?
Yeah, I think I can maybe succinctly, hopefully, clarify. So, because I was going to have the same question, I think Director Mapar is looking for a confirmation that the findings in the traffic study are accurate because we accounted for school kids, which we did go out on a school day, but we can certainly get our engineer to go back out again and take
Thank you.
that,
And
as
I
compared
don't-
to studying other components of
Hang
traffic.
on a minute, hang on a second. Are you asking them to go out and do a count again on a school day?
I am asking for looking at the traffic data that they have, and if they haven't done anything with school day, on a school day, and school children going out with the bus going, they need to think about doing that. That's the
If I can inquire regarding your motion, your amendment, did I hear you correctly in saying that it was done on a Thursday during school?
Exactly. That in order for the results of the study to be valid with VDOT, it has to be performed 30 days before the last day of school. So it was done during the school year.
So it was done on a Thursday in May, or Thursday in April, and?
Thursday in May and a Saturday in May, both 30 days before the end of school.
Okay, so what more do you want staff to do?
Just show us the data.
Yep.
Okay, so your request to add traffic is to show the data that's already been accumulated, not to go out and do more studies. That's what
Mr. President, I don't know if they have the data.
He just told you they do.
I don't know how much data they have. I want to see what data they have. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking to go redo the traffic study. If you have not completed that traffic study if you have the data, include it as part of the motion. That's all I'm saying.
Director Joseph.
I'd also like to include parking as part of the traffic. We don't have counts that's related to traffic.
That's not his motion.
You asked us to define what traffic
No,
meant to us. That's what I'm doing.
You made a motion to add traffic. If you want to add parking too, you got to do that. So
I'm telling
trying
you,
to-
and Jalal, I seconded it. So Jalal, did you mean parking as part of your traffic motion?
Exhaustive, extensive.
Thank you. I'm asking.
I am not a lawyer, John, so I cannot argue motion after motion like you and Irwin back and forth for 45 minutes. Pardon me. I just want to see the data because people are
That's out of
concerned.
line.
It
You're
is not
out
out
of
of
order.
line. Because people are
You're out of order,
concerned
sir.
about
Cease.
safety.
Sir, you're out of order.
No, I'm
Cease.
not. You need to behave.
That's way out of line. I have to maintain order here, and I have to create a record that people can look at after the fact and know what we did, A. B, we have to have motions that the staff is able to follow. And if somebody has a motion that wants to add to a previous motion, they need to make an amendment. That's what I'm trying to do, is to maintain regular order.
You
And
asked for clarification. I tried
No,
to give
sir.
you clarification. Thank you.
The motion is traffic. That's the pending motion, to add traffic to the report. Any further discussion?
We were clarifying what traffic meant. So is the rate of which cars park
Is not
Traffic?
part of a traffic study. I'm sorry. I'm just,
But
we
from-
can't keep changing the
John,
motion while we're talking about it.
I'm not trying to change the motion, but you work in the land use area and you're defining traffic in your terms, in your world. And I'm
using the common
saying,
understanding of the word traffic.
what we're looking for are the things that the members have come to us about. And it was definitely included in the members' comments.
And
That's what we're trying to define. We're not trying to manipulate the system.
is this,
Director Dodd.
if this is Mr. Mapar's amendment, I would like him to be the one to define whether traffic includes parking. Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
Director Johnson.
Question for Mac. How much additional time will you need to add the traffic data to the report? Will that change the date that you expected to deliver?
The traffic data, not much at all. Studying parking is actually a big science out there. There have been some comments from the public about operational considerations and how that affects parking and parking utilization. That's one approach. Another approach is to look at typical usage, and then try to figure out, so for example, there've been assertions, well, we should assume it's always doubles and everybody drives by themselves. So we have doubles play times 2 because there will always be people waiting all day long times 2. That kind of study can get really significant. What we have typically looked at thus far is we have enough parking to supply for 4 or 6 courts because of our experience at Autumnwood. We can certainly speak more to that, but if the board's looking for an engineered study to look at a variety of those other kinds of variables, that would be a time and cost thing. Does that make sense?
It does,
Okay,
thank you.
yeah.
Motion on the amendment to add the word traffic to the report.
Are we still commenting?
Yes.
So I think the motion as it was originally, or the amendment as it was originally posed without traffic, to me personally, made a lot of sense to make sure that we have specifically listed and we are looking at the safety of the children in that area. The addition of the traffic to include parking just basically opens up the entire document again for us to redo the entire study again, and does not bring any sort of direct clarity to the points that I feel like we are lacking right now, which is, has the data that we collected been properly documented and stated in our summary documents to the community? If it hasn't, great, let's put it in. If it has, tell us that as well. But including everything under the sun, again, to go through, just delays this project, even a decision on this project, even longer.
We ready for a vote on the amendment?
I'm sorry, which amendment are we on?
We're on
Traffic. Adding the word "and traffic."
Okay.
Are we ready for a vote? All those in favor of adding the word "traffic" to the prior motion will say aye. Director Jussack, Director Mapar. All those opposed? Director Johnson, Director Grywich, Director Flashman, Director Dodd, and Director Petrine. The motion fails. Back to the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion? Let's have a vote. All those in favor of the main motion will say aye.
Aye.
Director Petrine?
No.
Okay. Director Jussack, Director Mapar, Director Johnson, Director Grywich, Director Flashman, Director Dodd votes aye. Director Petrine votes no.
Correct.
We're ready to move on to, I thank you, counsel. That was going to be the next thing. I need a motion to extend the meeting to pick a time. What do you think there, Mr. CEO? We got to do budget, and we got to do community survey, we got to do lessons learned. I'm going to ask for a motion to kick that over, and we have to have a conversation about the casinos, and the casino conversation has to happen tonight. So what are we estimating there?
For everything you just said, I would start at midnight.
Can I have that motion?
So move.
I have a second.
Second.
All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? You're normally the one to get everything done. I'm sorry. Okay, everybody voted in favor except Dr. Jussack.
I did not vote.
Are you abstaining?
Yes.
He's abstaining. Motion carries. What's the next item? Is the budget.
Budget. Okay, as we're pulling up the PowerPoint here to walk through the first draft of the budget, I'll just begin by referencing that I've brought the entire SLT here today. Should the board have any particular questions in any of the individual cost centers, we will be happy to walk through those with you. My intent tonight is to talk to the board and hopefully focus the board on the big moves that are in the budget that implement your policy objectives that were agreed upon early on in the process, dating back to when we set the calendar in March and then advancing into April and May. We're getting the PowerPoint pulled up? Okay. I'll go ahead and just jump into that. Let's flip to the next slide. And I am going to go fairly quickly through PowerPoint slides. My main intent in even showing a PowerPoint is that the budget is a very, very big document, and it includes a number of different outcomes. And I want to be able to pause as we go through different components of the budget so that we can receive feedback from the board on those different components. So I've tried to naturally cluster different components that make sense. So things around staffing, different than things around CIP, different than things around revenues or expenses. So what we're going to do is just sort of methodically walk through the budget. Let's go on to the next slide. And there'll be time to pause, and we'll specifically say these are the topics we're looking for feedback on. The budget timeline, you all set that schedule, as I mentioned, in March, and then we had our first joint work session with fiscal in May, and then a couple other major components. We sent you a memo in July identifying new programs or programs that we might expand or contract based on a variety of factors, some business, some revenue, what we're hearing from the membership, and so forth. And then we've implemented those things into the budget, and I've got a slide on what that looks like when we get to it here in a minute. And then the major thing that happened in August, we went through member suggestions and decided which ones would be priced out and put into the budget. And then we had an August 1st deadline for board members to suggest new things outside of the member suggestion process. And at the August study session, you gave me direction on which of those things you wanted to price out and put into the budget. So I took all of those things, and here we are in September. All right, moving on to the next slide. This is a quick, we can just leave that one up. Let me talk about the budget priorities. The budget priorities, the biggest one is being member focused. So each time we speak to something tonight, I will do some of this, and Peter will do some of this. We're going to speak to how this enhances or improves quality of life, services provided, just the ethos of what Reston is. And so you may recall when we adopted these, for example, the second one said achieving the same level of service originally, and the board asked for it to say achieving the same or improved level of service. So we put every single budget decision we made through that lens. And a couple of things we did a little bit differently this year. We went through each of the cost centers line by line. I did this exercise, Peter did this exercise. We sat down with each department director and looked for any efficiency that could be had, any overlap that existed in one department versus another. We looked at seasonal dollars, we looked at part-time versus full-time employees. We looked at metrics on what it takes to provide current service, and if we wanted to expand, what that would look like. And we'll show you some examples of what that looks like when we get there. Next slide, just real quickly, happy to send this out to you all. Most everything that I sent to you in that July 8th memo is incorporated in the budget. The only thing that are not are things that we had sort of roundabout talked about during the study session. For example, significant improvements to the Lake Audubon boat operations. Stuff like that just didn't make the cut. But you'll see most of the programmatic things actually advance, into the budget. So we jump to the next slide. These are the board of directors suggestions. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this. It's all in the agenda memo. Almost all of these advance into the budget as currently drafted. You'll all need to have a conversation. There was a desire to talk about advocacy. I gave you some ideas of what that could be in the agenda memo, and it could be coupled with the land use planner position. It might want to be a separate thing. I think that's a discussion for you all, and then I can price out, accordingly. Jump into the next slide. As I mentioned, I walked through an approach where we were taking a very deliberate look at the budget. One of the things that was shared with me is that in the past, we've not sent out all of the individual line item cost centers. I actually think that's really important for a variety of reasons, not because I think we should have a conversation about an $800 line item, in the budget, but rather I found it personally difficult to roll. If all you saw was the roll-ups where the things are aggregated together, it can be difficult to track what's happening in any one cost center, and therefore the key performance indicators that the organization is looking for in terms of service delivery. So what I did, these are again all in the agenda memo. We don't have to go through them. I'll flip to the next slide. This is just more things. What we were really looking at is how do we provide service? What is included in your base assessment? What do you have to pay extra for? How much benefit should you get from your base assessment? What is the role of making sure we solidify some of our business programs, counting on the revenue? Frankly, truing up revenue is an important concept. So in the past, we may have been conservative in terms of projections for revenue. What that means is we may have been over collecting money in some situations because we continually outperformed the revenue expectation. So we really went through a deliberate effort to look at both the expenditures and the revenues to try to make the budget as accurate as possible. And again, I'm happy to talk about these things as we get into the conversation. And then, of course, there are a series of financial metrics. We have things like we account for a certain amount of attrition rate. That's basically salary savings because positions turn over, during the course of a year. We have accounted for an inflationary rate because we assume that buying goods and services, there is an inflation, thing that's coming. We have accounted for things like merit for the ability to retain our outstanding staff. So happy to talk about all of that. This is the first stopping point. Really, I just want to make sure if anybody has any questions about process, I can answer those, and then we can jump into the actual numbers. Head nodding. Okay, let's jump into the numbers. We're going to start with the staffing model. Now, one question that we have been asked, and I am going to publish, I don't have a document to hand to you all, but there has been some urban legend running around out there about how many total FTEs that RA has. And I'm going to put that issue to bed, and I'm going to publish this and send it to you.
Avoid acronyms, please. FTE.
FTE is full-time employees.
Thank you.
Okay. This budget that I am proposing right now has 109 employees. Now that's
Full-time year-round.
That's 108 full-time year-round and 1 part-time year-round. 109 total employees. The budget that you have in front of you includes a net one-person addition. We are proposing to eliminate a staff accountant position and a communications manager position. I've taken a look at those two departments and cost centers. We believe that if we add the positions you see on the top of the slide, that we will be able to provide the same or better service and save the money in the budget. The new positions on the top, the business analyst position is not an actual FTE add. That position is currently a vacant CIP position that has existed in the budget for some time but not been filled. That's a position that we see as being a very strategic addition to the staffing model to help out the finance department in working on various business plans and operations and business analysis, as well as helping out our recreation department. So we have a lot of things like renting this conference facility or the lake house or the room down at the nature center. We have different cost centers that need to look at return on investment. Right now, we're asking our senior managers to create those business plans. At the same time, we're asking them to manage all of the staff. So we think that conversion, it's a net neutral, both in money and in FTE count. We think that makes sense. It's my firm belief that bringing the IT function in-house and not having a virtual CIO is the direction the organization needs to go for a variety of reasons. Happy to talk about again, but I think we've talked about that a fair amount with this group. I'll skip to the chief financial officer first. That's a position that we've talked about already, as a board. I think that will greatly aid us, especially as we get into the community survey implementation and be talking about some pretty hefty financial moves. And the fiscal committee has brought up, and I am interested in talking about value systems around a debt issuance. We may or may not do such a thing. I'm not signaling anything, but these are the kinds of things that the chief financial officer will greatly help you with, in addition to the financial analysis that you would get from that position. And then the land use planner, that is a position we have talked about adding. Certainly, we had a lengthy discussion already about a casino and other land use things that are going on. Trying to manage that off the side of a desk, which may be an overstatement, but previously we used to have a land use planner. That position was eliminated 5 or 6 years ago. Larry Butler, our former chief operating officer, was trying to do that at the same time he was trying to be chief operating officer. I don't think that was an effective staffing model for the kind of analysis that we need and the board is looking to get into from a service delivery standpoint.
There was a third alternative, which we used at a period of time, which was to engage an outside planner and pay them on an hourly basis. And that went on for 2 or 3 years after the full-time planner left us.
Yes.
So that's another approach.
No, I don't think it went on that long, but okay.
So the other thing that I want to mention on this slide is we took a hard look at our retention and recruitment for lifeguards. We are fairly behind in terms of the hourly pay rate. I think that's a pretty critical issue to look at because if we run into a summer that we have to close pools because we don't have the labor and it's a couple dollars plus per hour, that becomes a significant thing for us in terms of the way the community views the association, and aquatics is a significant component of that. And I mention that because we actually budget for lifeguard hourly monies in the seasonal expense. And on the next slide, I'm going to talk about where we reduced seasonal expenses. If I didn't mention it here, it would look like we added money to that. So we didn't do that. So anyways, I just want to talk about staffing and money on staffing here. And then on the next slide, we looked across multiple departments that use seasonals, largely in recreation and down at CSF. And we believe that we can reduce the budget by just a shade under $90,000 and find ways to be more efficient in the use of those funds. So this draft budget shows an 8.5% reduction in overall organizational seasonal monies. And then I think, jump to the next one. Yeah, talking a little bit about member benefits and what's included in the base assessment. As I mentioned in an email that I sent to you all and a memo, there are a number of community-based events that for the last, let's call it 4 to 6 years, we've been charging nominal monies for. And that stems from what the staff believe were instructions to look for revenue, non-assessment revenue generating opportunities. So we were charging $3 for this or $5 for that. It did not add up to a significant amount of money. We think there are things that we should pull out of the budget from a revenue standpoint. And then there are things that we should continue to charge for. I'm mentioning those things on the right side of this slide. Don't think that those are all becoming free. The Totally Trucks and the Winterfest, we are imagining becoming free events for the membership. We think that's really important to start to show the membership that we have things that they can come down to that are more community building, in nature, especially Totally Trucks. If any of you haven't been to that, just go watch the kids, and the interaction with our CSS and they see the tree thing go up and down. It's really pretty cool. And the big one, though, of course, is the discussion around rolling the recreation passes into the base assessment. The fiscal impact of that is about $400,000 foregone revenue. That right now, the general assessment subsidizes about 85% of the operating costs of all of those aquatics and tennis facilities. I think that's a really misunderstood fact out there. I think most people you will hear, well, the people that use the pool should pay for them. It costs us about $3 million out of our $20 million budget to have those facilities operating. We only generate $400,000 in member pass sales. So what I've done in this budget, and we talked about this a lot at the August study session, is roll that $400,000 in foregone revenue. So basically, budgetarily, all you do is just reduce the revenue. Now, of course, what that does is increase the assessment. So when we get to the end, you'll see the sort of summation of all of that. But that's a major move.
What does that represent in individual homeowners, residents' fee?
It's a little under $20 on the assessment. Yeah.
Because there's a lot of mistaken notions as exemplified by the presentations of members.
Yes. And regardless, if we decide to do this, that narrative will be something from a communication standpoint we will have to talk about. Because the other things that are happening in this budget add up to the increase in the number. That $20 out of the 100, let's say, that's kind of in the base budget before we figure out what to do, that's only 20% of the cost increase. So why don't we stop there, and I want to take direction and or questions on the things relating to staffing and some of these member benefits. Jump to the next slide. I'm pretty sure that was the last one in this section. Oh, yeah, so let me talk about merit real quick too. I put some money in the budget for a salary and comp study. It's been a few years since we've done that. I think we need to do that, particularly looking at retention going into 25 and beyond. The intent would be to conduct that study next year and have it influence our budget for 25 going forward. Now, the way we typically do merit, we add in a 5% merit line item. Not everybody gets 5%. This is a question that comes up all the time. It's not a cost of living adjustment. It's a way of looking at the totality of salary expenses. Some people might get more than that. Some people get less than that. It depends on performance. We don't do a COLA plus some sort of raise thing. This is where we budget, for merit. Separate from that, we also subtract out attrition. So one of the concerns has been, have we been overcharging the membership because we've been running such big attrition? It's just not spent money is basically what it is. And then you have a cash surplus at the end of the year. Now, one of the things we took a real hard look at is what have the typical attrition rates been over the last several years. We historically used 3.75%. We have found that we've been actually saving more than that. So I built 4.5% as a way to try to true up that number a little bit better. But I would also note for the board, I think anything more than that is starting to potentially get a little bit aggressive. The reason we've been running those kinds of surpluses with larger percentages is because we've had vacant SLT members, and we are getting a full complement of SLT in a hurry. So when you're missing the CEO for 8 months, which happened in last year, feels longer than that. I've only been here 1 year. And then there's turnover. We've had a director of environmental that's been vacant. Like, these add up to very big numbers compared to 6 or 7 staffers that turn over and they're only vacant for 3 or 4 months while we're recruiting. Okay, so those are the metrics on the staffing.
Go ahead. I have just a quick question. You mentioned pool parties. What are you referring to when you say for the phrase pool parties?
So we had a pilot program this year that was a paid event, and we did a beginning of the season party and an end of the season party. And Laura would have to correct me, I think we charged $20, and you could come down, and we had like DJ and squirt guns, and you got food, hamburger, hot dog, that sort of thing. It was really well received. A lot of families came down. I mean, for a first year program, they seem to really, really like it. We're looking at keeping that for next year and trying to figure out how to improve upon it, which, may involve some free elements, may involve, continuing to pay, but that's what that was.
So these are Reston-sponsored activities at pools for the membership?
Yes. Lori?
Just a quick comment. As the parent of a former lifeguard, I'm delighted to see that increased lifeguard pay is in the budget. I'm also just wanted to pass along, we had a lot of discussions towards the end of summer a year ago about the closing of the pools and how many lap swimmers really wanted to have some additional opportunities to swim laps, and we did adjust our schedule. And I wanted to pass along that my husband is a swimmer as many times a week as he can, and people kept coming up to him and thanking him and others, and like, we really appreciate having the opportunity to swim. So I just wanted to say that it was a budget question that was looked at and addressed in a way that made a lot of people happy.
So we're going to get an update on that program from Laura when we get to our fourth quarter rec update, but that concept is embedded in this budget again, replicated.
Excellent.
Yeah.
One question and then 2 points that I'd like to just speak out to the board. So for the question, when wrapping in the 400,000 into, by removing the annual recreation pass revenue, putting it into the assessment, was any consideration given to doing that over a 3-year span or a multi-year span so that we could ease the impact to the assessment?
So yes, when I took a look at that, I thought, we call that sort of a bleed-in strategy, so it doesn't hit as hard. I thought about it through the lens of, let's let the members have the passes now, and we have a very large cash surplus, which we'll talk about at the end. Instead of doing like the $1 million thing we did last year, let's use some number smaller than that over several years, so the assessment itself doesn't jump in huge increments, but the members are getting the passes now. If we just took sort of half the money, we're just leaving money on the table. We're not getting more people into pools potentially.
To that point, in speaking with Laura, and she would be able to explain this better than I could, but as a representative or as a liaison of PrAC, something that I know PrAC is interested in seeing, and Laura's specifically interested in seeing as well, not to speak for you, sorry, but 24 could present, if we were to roll in the 400K into the assessment and provide passes to all of our members, 2024 could provide an opportunity where we have 15 open pools and we have no barriers to entry for those pools. We will get our best opportunity to see how our community is using the facilities that are available to them.
It might take 2 years to get there or 3 years to get there for the word to get out that you don't have to buy a pass anymore.
Fair enough, but it's going to start that window of observation and something that we will then be able to make really educated decisions on moving forward on how we use these facilities. And the last point I wanted to make piggybacks off Lori's point that she just made about the lifeguard and the hourly rate increase at $90K. Over 70% of the lifeguards that we have live in our community. So that is money that one of the few times where we get to inject an expenditure back into our young people, back into our households and communities that are working to support our pools, and we're working to help them get life experience and opportunity. So it's a unique expense in that regard. It's not going to a contractor, it's not going to a vendor, it's not going to outside counsel, it's not going to anything, right? It's going to our teenagers and our homes and communities. Thanks.
Okay. Anything else, anybody? Let's move on. Okay. It being 10 minutes of 11.
All right. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to talk quickly about fees and revenue. So as Mac mentioned, staff were directed, as Mac and I went through this exercise, to go sort of line by line from a revenue perspective and look at actual revenue compared to what has been projected in the past. So particularly in the recreation area, we feel pretty comfortable projecting a $65,000 increase in summer camp revenues for next year. This is part of Mac's truing up exercise. So that is included in the draft one budget. This is based on what we've already seen, so we're very comfortable projecting this kind of number. As we go to the next slide, you'll see that there have been some small proposals and fee increases for garden plots and recreational classes. They're in the 5 to 10% range. As we look at this slide and talk about boat fees, one thing I would just like to put out to the board is that we will go through an exercise internally to look at the way we set fees, and I think it's an interesting opportunity to come to the board and fiscal committee and talk about why and how we set fees and cost recovery and things like that. I think right now we have an opportunity to look at fees and maybe look at how we recover those costs and maybe look at revenue from a different perspective. But as we look at boat fees were increased to 100% from 22 to 23. Mac and I took a look at boat fees for 24 and are proposing a 20% increase to boat fees for a modest increase of around $11,500 in boat revenue. We think this is sort of the threshold for boat users, lake users. Isn't a tremendous impact on the boat user, but does propose a modest increase for those that do put a boat in the lake. Next slide.
Before you leave that, we're at a meeting, or September 7th meeting. I asked to have the cost to run the lakes put together. Where are we on that information?
So we have that information with us. We can discuss it if you'd like.
I'd like the board to have it.
Okay.
So can we distribute it to the board, please?
We can certainly provide it, absolutely.
Please do that.
Yep.
Thank you. Because I think that information goes to, is that enough of an increase?
Absolutely.
So I think in order to make that judgment, I need that information.
Absolutely.
Okay,
So I guess the question is, do you want to go ahead and talk about that now? I mean, because when we
No.
start to look
At 10 minutes of 11, no. I can talk about it at the next board meeting. But we've got too much to do to get sidetracked into that kind of stuff right tonight. And I don't have the information. I need the information in order to have an informed conversation about where both fees should be.
Okay. Probably come back to that one because I'm looking to get some direction so we can get to the adoption phase too. I'll go ahead and just hit this one because this came up at the fiscal committee. We've been tracking, so we absorb about $245,000 annually in credit card fees. This is the fee when you swipe your card, there's a 3% fee. We've had Tony look into different options, where as a 501c4, how we're allowed to charge against that credit card fee. We are not allowed to charge a scalable fee back to the person who swipes the card. So most businesses simply figure that out and charge it back or add it into the price or whatever. We cannot do that. So if you swipe, we can add a convenience fee. If you swipe a card, you can set the fee for what it costs to swipe the card. That becomes the same number whether you're buying $6 of things somewhere or paying your entire assessment. Yes. So I looked at an option that would add a modest amount of revenue at $2.95 per credit card swipe. I should have mentioned at the beginning, the fiscal committee did not take a vote to make a formal recommendation to the board, on some of these issues. I think I can report there was pretty much uniform, that's a bad idea, so I can pass that along to everybody. And we used to have this particular fee, and it was a customer service significant issue because of the scalability. So every time you get registered for a camp, $3. You register, literally go to the other page, $3 more, $3 more, Yes. So But again, it was only showing $25,000 in annual revenue at this point in the budget. Okay, I think that's our last slide on this.
Was there an option, sorry. Was there an option to avoid the convenience fee? Usually when you do have a convenience fee tied to a credit card, there's also an option either to write a check virtually or in person. Like, is that still an option?
Yes, it's on the bill to suggest that you can use it in what we call ACH.
Right.
It's already on our bill, encouraging people to use that instead.
What has happened is that the use of credit cards has flipped. It used to be about, Tom, 35% of assessments paid by credit cards, and now it's 65. So the dynamic has changed because we absorb the credit card fees.
And so am I to understand that there is no proposal to deal with that $245,000 in fees we pay a year for people who choose to use a credit card?
We're prohibited by statute.
Yes, so
Because of
the
the
option would be the
statute.
convenience fee.
There is no other option.
There was a concept that was brought up at the fiscal committee called a surcharge. I'm not familiar exactly with that. I'll go back and take a look at it. It sounds like the same concept to me, but I'll need to look at it.
Please do.
Yeah.
Because that's a hard expense to pay. And, I know people are getting points, but it should not cost us that much money.
There is a legal distinction between a convenience fee and a surcharge, and it depends on who the processor is. Visa has one set of rules which tend to be much stricter than MasterCard, but then MasterCard has other rules that kind of change the competitive dynamic. So it's very difficult to figure out what you can actually do because of what we are. If we were just a merchant that was constantly making sales, that would be a very different dynamic than a one payment.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to get us into the weeds.
No, but it's important to understand the problem with trying to deal with this issue, which is largely legal, it's not financial.
And the statute is specifically targeted at homeowners associations. Yeah. Fine. Director McPartland.
Mike, is the 3% negotiable? Because I have some cases that I have seen, in fact, some friends that I have who deal with this kind of stuff, and they tell me that it's negotiable. They do negotiate it down.
With the credit card
Yes.
company?
The credit card company
Yes.
charges us.
It depends, and I'm paraphrasing Tom, if I make a mistake, jump in and tell me to be quiet. But it depends on the creditworthiness of the card user in some cases, and depends on the merchant. So convenience fees max out at 4%. You can't charge more than 4% anywhere. And then there are certain states, there are about 13 states, you can't charge a fee at all.
Right.
But we're not one of them, by the way.
No, I'm just kind of sharing with you what I know, because I know I have some friends who are in other businesses. They're not nonprofit, but they have friends who negotiate the fee down for them. So I can look into that, or I can share with you offline. But this could be sort of a double win, if you will, if we look into that, if we're able to bring it down. And then with the convenience fee, whatever you want to call it, that might give you some savings as well.
Moving on.
No other direction or interest in the revenue and fee conversation? All right, we'll jump to CIP.
Okay, next slide, please. So we have just 2 slides, and I know everyone can definitely read that up there. Just 2 slides on the CIP, and then I'm sure there'll be some questions. So for those who were here at the joint session in August, this doesn't look much different than it did then. We have moved some projects around, but generally that $3.2 million number is what's included in this year's assessment. You'll see the green line there across the bottom of the chart indicating that, and the purple line indicating our minimum balance requirement. But if we go to the next slide, this is where I'd just like to kind of talk about some of the things that we heard at the fiscal committee on Monday. We did get some feedback. If you look in the 2028 column at the very bottom, vehicle and equipment total, you'll see that we're sort of tracking the same numbers across years, and then we get to this $1 million number in 2028, a huge spike in cost of vehicles and equipment. This is something that I'm actively working on with Mike Mack and his team. We may move some of that around or not replace some of those vehicles. This is not because maybe they don't need to be replaced, but maybe they can be deferred, or there's other conversations that could be had about needing those vehicles at all. It is important to note also in that 2024 line item, we're purchasing a new lift for trees. Ours recently failed inspection. The new lift is taller and more safe for our staff, so we're really looking forward to having that on board. Another conversation that came up at the fiscal committee was about tot lots and maybe thinking differently about how we look at tot lots and talking more to the community about that. So that was just something to flag for everyone that came up and was a pretty big conversation point on Monday evening. The other comment here is in 2024, you'll see there's a pretty significant difference in the capital projects from recent years. There's no Lake Thoreau, there's no Shadowwood on this list. This is lots of maintenance and upkeep of our facilities, keeping up with trails, things of that nature. So that's the only slide we have left on CIP, so open to questions at this time.
Director Johnson.
I'm sorry if you said it, I apologize for having missed it. The $1 million jump in 2028, what explains that?
So we replace vehicles at CSF on a cyclical basis. Every year there's a conversation about should they be replaced or pushed out. That seems to be a year that many vehicles have just collected, is 2028. So we're having additional conversations about are they required, should we look at something different, all of those types of things.
Okay.
Director Flash.
I'm assuming that those numbers could change based on the study that you're proposing to do on vehicles and switching over to electric vehicles?
So that's another interesting question. Mike Mack and I talk a lot about vehicles, but we've also sort of created a separate list on EVs and vehicles that we think are sort of off the EV list completely, but vehicles that we think are actually on the EV list. So yes, that's included in the conversation.
One of the other drivers that you're going to see in the next couple of years is we have a requirement to do a reserve study next year. There's a 5-year window, and that will inform, build a baseline on, based on their best estimates of the useful lives of our capital assets. And number one, when they could be replaced based on their useful lives, and then secondly, an approximation of cost on a like-for-like basis. Does not include meeting ADA requirements, any of the regulatory requirements, or cost increases. It's what exists at that point in time that they conduct a study. But it will inform the CIP, and Chris and staff have done a great job in keeping up this exercise so that there is an ongoing evaluation of when things must occur. Now, remember, the RRF are existing assets, not a new assets. And Resolution 3 sets a required minimum to be in that reserve. So that's why the previous couple of slides are chock-a-block full of numbers, and they're big numbers.
Director Dodd.
I just see that in the lake, ponds, and dam total, 2024 and 2025 are in the $300,000 range, and then it drops down to 33, 34. I'm just curious.
I'm pretty sure that's related to pond dredging, but I'm going to let Chris.
Pond dredging?
Dredging, correct, yeah. We have a couple major projects currently slated at Brighton Butler Pond next year, then Lake Ann Canal, and there's some spillway valve work to be done at Lake Thoreau in 25. Then it kind of pauses on that until we have Hickory Cluster potentially coming back up again in 28, because it's on a 5-year cycle because of the amount of sediment that tends to get in there.
It's on this list. It's on this list. You got this.
Thank you.
Wasn't Hickory
It has
just
that all
recently
broken down.
done?
On a 5-year cycle, so it would be coming up by the end of the 5-year period. Some of the smaller ponds typically have a very short span because they tend to collect a lot of sediment very quickly versus a larger body of water which have a little bit more capacity to sort of collect it. But Hickory has been one that's been pretty consistent on a 5 or 6 year period.
Is that because of erosion or higher rainfalls, or you don't know?
It's all the above. You know, there's a lot of different things from a lot of construction in the area. It's getting picked up in some of the stream systems. There's always runoff from roadways. Anytime we have a major snow event, a lot of that sand ends up going into our storm systems and into our ponds. And Hickory's kind of the first catch basin before it gets into the canal. Usually the pond fills up first, then the canal fills up, and then the lake fills up, kind of goes downstream.
Director
Thanks.
Gurewitch, anybody? I have many, so I wanted to give everybody else a chance before I go through my list. There was an extensive conversation that Director Petrine and I went through on Monday night regarding accumulated surplus cash. Not stuff in a restricted fund, but that over the course of many years, we haven't spent all the money we collect. And that's been going on for a number of years. I don't need to get into the details. But I want that number buttoned down when next we meet on budget. I don't want to have somebody over here telling me it's 7 million, and somebody over here telling me it's 1 million, and the guy around the corner telling me it's 6 million. I want a number. I want a number the board can rely on so that we can figure out what to do with that money, because it's the membership's money. And I was really troubled that I got 9 different answers, and there were only 5 people in the room. Okay, so can we get that number and pin it down? Because we got to figure out what it is and what we do with it.
We must have been full of lawyers.
No, we're mostly accountants. I'll tell you something. Okay, you and I had this conversation earlier today, Mac. This budget did not include extending heat to Twin Branches Pool, correct?
Like Audubon Pool?
Forgive me, I call it Twin Branches. I understand that staff calls it Twin Branches too. So I'm going to ask unanimous consent to direct the staff to price that number and come back to us with that at the next budget presentation. Is there any objection to that?
Can you repeat what you're asking?
It's to direct the staff to come back with a number to heat the Twin Branches Pool. Is there any objection? Hearing, seeing none, so ordered.
Wait. I'll keep it very short. I think we should be looking into alternatives to direct heating in pools and use of a heat pump. Now, Chris and I have had this conversation that he's not sure that it's possible, but there are CO2 heat pumps which are extremely efficient and are available on a commercial basis. And they may be a bit more expensive, but over time.
Okay. If you're going to object, if you're not going to go with a unanimous consent, then I need to have somebody make a motion.
Okay, and have somebody make a motion.
Can I have a motion to direct staff to provide? Director Johnson makes the motion.
Second.
Director Dodd makes a second. Debate.
Just want to
I'm
clarify.
not suggesting that you shouldn't do it. I think you should look at alternatives to the source of the fuel.
Director Gurewitch.
I just wanted to clarify, we were talking about Twin Branches Pool, and I know that may have been an old term. Just clarify which pool again?
That's the one that some people refer to as Lake Audubon.
Thank you.
That's fine. Anybody else? All those in favor of the motion to direct staff to price out extending gas heat to Lake Audubon, also known as Twin Branches Pool, and to come back to us at Lake Audubon. I'm sorry, did I say something different?
I didn't know gas heat was specified in the
Yes,
motion?
gas heat was specified in the motion.
I know this way, but can we amend that to look at alternatives such as the?
No, sir. Gas heat is in the street.
I'm sorry?
Gas heat is in the street, just like at Shadowwood. And we're going forward to extend gas heat at Shadowwood. Gas heating of water is a lot cheaper than electric heating of water.
But we're not talking about electric heating. He was not talking about electric heating. He was talking about.
That's all right. Just go ahead with the motion.
I mean, if somebody can come up with that, that's fine, but for now I want a
Now
number.
the gas, yeah.
That's
Gas
all I want. I
number
want a
will be
number
known.
so that we can make a decision as to whether to have it in next year's budget. That's all I'm asking for. Okay, can I call the question now? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, Director Mapar, Director Johnson, Director Gurewitch, Director Flashman, Director Dodd. No?
No.
Director Petrine. Okay. Next item. We did put in the budget the cost for going through the process of talking to the membership about Lake Audubon naming. That's in your budget. Yes? Yes. Director Luska, yes. Mr. Luska is saying yes. We did enhance the a staff training number for the purposes that you and I have discussed? That's in the budget, there's money in the budget for that?
We have a series of staff training accounts.
Understand? Okay. We've talked about executive coaches and things like that. There's money for that in the budget.
Not separately called out.
No, I don't want it called out. I just want it, here's what I'm trying to get to, Mr. Cummins. I don't want to ask this question in June and be told the money wasn't in the budget. So I'm trying to go through, this money's in the budget. There's money for this function in the budget.
Wish we had.
Because that's happened in the past. Before you were here, I would get told, we can't do this, we didn't have it in the budget. I'm just going to say, okay, this is a function we've talked about doing. Is the money in the budget to do it?
We would probably want to bump the number up a little bit to add a function like that.
Okay. Do I have unanimous consent to direct the staff to so do? To add money to provide for additional staff training?
Yes.
Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, so ordered. Okay. We talked about strategic planning assistant to engage outside folks, and Mr. Cummins, you indicated at Finance Fiscal Committee that you were in the process of engaging that, and we're going to fund it at least partially out of this year's budget.
On the
strategic plan?
Partially, yeah. I mean,
do you have money in next year's budget to finish that contract?
Maybe not. I mean, we set aside consulting money, but the question of the scope of things like the community survey implementation plan and whether a financial strategy.
Well, this is help. I'm asking about a consultant to help develop the strategic plan.
What I'm saying is that would be one pot of money, and what I'm saying is I don't know for sure that there would be enough money depending on the scope of what you're describing in the strategic plan. And
so what we're talking about is having somebody who would like go talk to RCC and go talk to the chamber and give us feedback on how the association is perceived. And that's part of a development of a strategic plan is, strengths, weaknesses, threats, opportunities. That kind of analysis typically would be done with input from agencies we interact with. And typically the best way to get that done is to have a third party do that kind of questioning or surveying or interviewing or whatever you call. I just want to make sure we've got that so that when we have a strategic plan, we're able to know how the organization is perceived. That's a typical function of strategic planning as I understand it. I don't pretend to be an expert in it.
No, I think you're right, it would be. It's not really part of the scope of our strategic plan now as the board outlined it. You may recall as we talked about this year's strategic plan, the idea was instead of a more robust strategic planning process, the board indicated there was not time to do that and to assign the task to me to just create the plan with some input from a smaller subcommittee.
So that was the case when we thought we'd have a strategic plan by the end of the year. Unlikely that we're going to have a strategic plan by the end of the year, correct?
I'm still working on it. The last 2 weeks didn't work out the way I wanted to. So,
or anybody else.
I mean, if it's not the end of the year, it would be January.
I would also argue that at least my understanding of it didn't have a specific time frame on it. Just that was my understanding of what the board was saying is we would like to have less participation. We'd like MAC to go out and get it done, bring it back to us. And however long that took was, as long as it was reasonable.
So what I'm trying to get a sense of is, does the board care that we go through the process of soliciting other agencies we deal with in order to get a sense of how the organization is perceived? I'm sure Kara wouldn't mind having that information.
We could probably do that exercise independent of a strategic plan. I mean, there could be a 24 opportunity to do some external facing feedback.
Okay, so, but the money isn't there to do that?
The money is not there.
Okay, so can I get unanimous consent to direct the staff to add that to the budget for next year?
Sure. I would not be unanimous.
I'm sorry?
Not unanimous.
Not unanimous.
Okay, I need that a motion. Somebody make a motion to add to direct staff to add those funds to next year's budget. Director Dodd.
So moved.
I have a second. Okay, No second. Won't do that.
I'm just not sure, dimensionally, what we're talking about in terms of money. Just to throw out an idea of saying, well, let's put money in the budget. Is it going to be 100,000? Is it going to 5,000?
My understanding is you're looking at something that's less than 50,000 and more likely in the 30,000. But if you don't know how the organization is perceived by the people you have to interact with.
No, I don't disagree with you. As a financial guy, I cringe when you just say, well, let's spend the money.
Well,
That makes me nervous.
You'll forgive me if I take umbrage to that suggestion. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is give me a price and include it in the budget. I'm not saying just willy-nilly do it. Come back with a number. If he comes back and says it's a $200,000 number, then we can always say no.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to get this priced so that we can decide to put it in the budget.
Go ahead, fine.
Do I have a second to the motion?
My motion to
Second.
Second. Okay, discussion.
Yeah, I just don't think we're going to find out a lot of new and insightful information about how we're perceived by some of the organizations that you just described to us. Basically told us exactly how they perceive us in your last meeting. So spending 50 grand to find out what we already know may not be the best.
And get to pay for it to be.
Yeah.
So that is why I'm against it. I think we have our information and we just need to move forward with that understanding.
I have a motion and a second. Can I have a vote? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Okay. Moving on. Some vote you win, some vote you lose.
Absolutely.
Okay. Get that. Okay, there's that. It came up at PrAC that in order to have all 15 pools open, next year, we need to add 70 more lifeguards. Is there enough money in this budget to hire 70 more lifeguards?
Funding is included in the budget to hire lifeguards.
70?
70 lifeguards.
Thank you.
I think it's also, though, just important because we throw out numbers of lifeguards. We budget for numbers of hours we need. Some lifeguards like to work a lot of hours and some don't, and we don't know until we get into hiring hundreds of people. So just when we talk about FTEs versus, they're really different in terms of hiring lifeguards.
What I'm trying to avoid is several years ago, we wound up shutting down pools because we didn't have enough money in the budget to hire the lifeguards. And I'll be damned if we're going to do that again. So that's why I'm asking the question, is there enough money there to operate all 15 pools on our schedule? Thank you for that. And I apologize, I wasn't here in August, I would have asked all these questions. Director Johnson.
What's the feasibility of hiring 70?
I know, can we find 70?
I'm going to ask Laura to come up. And again, we're throwing out numbers of lifeguards. It's important to think about.
Even if it's just to fill the hours.
Hey,
Yes.
You'll forgive me, but this is a number I got from a handout from Skwalski. So I didn't pull it, this is not a POYA number.
I understand.
For the short. Just going to hold it. So included in the budget is 15 pools for the lifeguards to staff that as fully as we can. And can you repeat your question?
I'm just asking if it's possible to hire, no, let me take it back. Well, how feasible is it to hire the equivalent of 70 additional lifeguards?
So what we did is we took a look at our current lifeguards. We took a look at what we felt comfortable with expanding those hours to, and that's how the budget was developed. So we have a draft schedule that we feel confident in. If you would have asked me if this was funded for last year or the year before, I would have answered no, we couldn't. But this schedule is based on being able to open and operate based on what we have and what we think we need to do.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear that I asked the question, I'm sorry. Because it's late and I'm stumbling.
Mike.
I just want to make sure, not whether or not.
Can you pull your microphone a little closer, because we're having trouble hearing you.
So I'm not asking whether or not, what you need, because I totally trust that's what you need. I guess my question is, do you think you can hire that many people?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
That's why it's budgeted, yes.
Thank you.
Good to hear.
Very cool.
Okay, moving on. Several of these go into the capital improvement plan. I'm looking at page 2 of this handout. Okay, looks like this. Okay, and so it has more detail. The first one I have is on CIP, Capital Improvement Plan. The first observation I'd make is we have a proposal that we're going to spend $2 million in budget year 2027 for the Ridge Heights pool renovation. And as I said at Fiscal Committee, there is no chance on God's green earth we're going to be able to spend that money that year. It's likely we'll have to go through a rezoning. That's 18 months. It's likely we'll have to go through a site plan, another 18 months. If we do it right, we have PrAC do a community outreach process of the kind that we thought we had done for pickleball direct to dog. So that's 4 years, and then you got to let a contract, and that doesn't happen overnight. My own view is that Ridge Height pool renovation is something that's going to happen after 2028, and we need to get real about when that can happen. And just so to point it out to you, on the last page, we have $150,000 in 2026 for design and engineering at Ridge Heights. And I'm not asking to remove that. I'm asking for us to acknowledge that we're not doing Ridge Heights in 2027. If we do it in 2028, it'll be a miracle. And so I'd like to remove Ridge Heights pool renovation from the capital improvement budget. And I'm asking for unanimous consent, and if not, I'll ask for a motion.
Ask for a motion.
I just have
Never say never.
one other thing to add to the conversation. Because of the community survey and the need to reprioritize like all of the major facilities renovations, this topic, at least for me, is a little bit less relevant in this particular budget year, because unless you were to put it out past year 10, the RRF average is still going to be the same. So even as we sequence things, from my view, yes, it's probably not likely to happen in that particular year for some of the reasons you're describing, but it may happen way later too, depending on your conversations coming out of this year. But for the budget conversation, the number's still the same. It's a 10-year average.
Well, I'm suggesting that it be removed from
Altogether.
altogether. For all the reasons you and I just stated, and we still have to go through an amendment to the zoning ordinance to figure out whether or not we even need a rezoning. So I'm suggesting that it come off, but if I don't get a motion, we're not going to talk about it anymore. So I need a motion to remove Ridge Heights pool from the capital budget.
Can you give us your sense of whether that's appropriate?
I was just asking Peter, maybe it's a question for Chris, did the RRR or the reserve study contemplate necessary improvements there?
We have done some in the last few years, but that facility was constructed in 1982. And so it's already at 40 years, which is the standard, which is the life expectancy of a typical concrete shell pool is 40 years.
Understood.
It's already at that. So it's with that information, I don't know what exactly you're asking.
I would say based on the experience that we've had with the Shadowwood pool, which was supposed to be an easy peasy renovation, and it's turned out to be have many more problems with it than we anticipated. That at this point, I would leave it in. Now, we may later on, in the next iteration of the budget, in the final budget, take it out.
Okay, I need to try and stay clear here. Do I have a motion to take it out? Because you're not going to, you don't consent to this.
No, I don't.
Okay, I need a motion to take it out. Otherwise, we're just going to move on. I will say, in my view, based on my interaction with membership, when we put something in here that says 2027, the membership treats it as a promise. And we're not keeping that promise. And I don't want to mislead membership. And we put that kind of a number in that kind of a year, that's a promise we can't keep, and we know it's sitting here today. But if I don't have a motion, excuse me?
Move to remove.
I have a second? Hearing and seeing none, we move on. One of the citizen recommendations was from Bruce Wright was to pave what we call a goat trail at Lake Ann. Apparently, there's a trail at Lake Ann that has been worn out by people going up and down, and so it's dirt. It wasn't brought forward for us to take a look at. It's not a long segment of concrete involved or paving involved, but it would improve pedestrian access to Lake Ann Plaza. And it's not being a big number, I was surprised that it wasn't brought forward for board consideration. So I'd ask unanimous consent to direct the staff to come back to us with a number at the next board budget conversation to how much it costs to do that. Is there any objection to that direction?
I have a question about it, not necessarily an objection. I reached out to Mike McNamara about a different goat path. Goat trail before. And it was made clear to me that we don't do maintenance of goat trails.
No, this was not to maintain it. This is to take what is now a dirt path and make it a paved path. That's with a suggestion from Mr. Wright, and I agree with him. Having looked at the path, it should be paved.
I guess my question would be then, why would we do this one and not?
I'm sorry?
I guess my question would then be, why would we do this one and then not another?
Because it was recommended by a staff member, by a member who's fairly well versed in our path system. Bruce Wright is pretty active in bicyclists and pedestrian stuff. And so if he says it's an issue, I give him great credibility.
Okay, well, this one came to me from a member as well, just to throw it out there, all things being equal.
If you have something specific, I think we can deal with that, but right now we need to talk about Lake Ann. Is there an objection to the paving the goat path at Lake Ann? Director Flashman.
Where is which path are you talking about?
Somebody help me where exactly the path is. I'm having difficulty describing its location.
The convenience store, that's kind of as you enter into the Lake Ann area.
Yeah.
Like, it's right across from that against the wood line, and there's a kind of disused dirt path there that connects from a sidewalk that otherwise terminates
You need a sidewalk to get
on
into the
North Shore
parking
Drive
lot.
and then connects back into the parking lot.
It's very short, and it is a pathway that's used by lots of people.
Okay.
It is inconvenient for
So
anybody.
does
who
anyone
has-
have an objection?
Does anybody have an
Anything?
objection? That's the question. Hearing and seeing none, so ordered.
Travis, do you know where your path is?
I do, I can actually pull up the latitude and longitude of it.
Well, if you've got it, make a motion.
No, I'm not doing it now.
Why not? That's the
Because I
budget.
can't do
That's
it,
the
because I
process.
can't pull it up right now. So I'd prefer to do it when I'm actually planning to do it.
Okay.
Well, if we want to do it at the next budget consideration, the fairness to them is to ask them to price it.
We'll do that.
Okay. Is that going to be a major problem for Director Johnson to give you the location of the director? Mr. Lusk says he can handle that. That's good. Thank you for that.
We've got an email chain about it already, Mac. I'll just re-forward it to you.
Okay. I only have a couple more. There were a series of tennis courts that were proposed to be redone relative to cracking and sealing and those kind of things. I think, did I understand it right, that we're punting on Lake Newport because there's a concern about, there's a consideration that we might want to enclose Lake Newport? Did I understand that right? On Lake Newport, there's a renovation for $800,000 in 25 and 26. But I also heard conversations about revisiting the question of enclosing Lake Newport to provide an indoor tennis facility. It doesn't make any sense to do both.
Yeah, so let's take them as separate questions. The Lake Newport Tennis Redo Project was originally shown in '24. You may recall we said we're going to just push that to '25 pending the results of the community survey. In the community survey, we asked people about their preferences. Are they interested in new facilities, indoor facilities, and those sorts of things? And so that would be the guidance on that question. It's not some deliberate intent to revisit a question that was talked about and decided some time ago, but there is a broad question that was in the community survey.
Okay, well, and then I'm confused. Are we not going to go forward and with the indoor tennis, and therefore are going to spend $800,000 in 2025 and $700,000 in 2026?
So that
Are
800.
we committing to that? Because it's in the CIP. I'm on page 2 of the CIP.
The dollar figures that are listed within that is for the reconstruction of the courts as they stand because they are in need of it.
Understood. And your report was well laid out, but you're not gonna reconstruct the courts and then build a building. You would build the building and do the courts inside the building. So
I think as it stands right now, at this particular time, 2025, you're going to do a like-for-like renovation. If the community survey, unanimously says we're going to cover this thing,
Or enclose it.
Then enclose it, then we will recast the budget, right?
Okay, I'm
We're
trying
not
to
going to, we're not going to throw $800,000 away to tear it up.
This is $1.4 million. When you add up the 2 years, and it's, a $10 million exercise to enclose those. I don't want to spend it twice, is my point.
No, exactly.
Right, that's
good
what
catch.
I've got an asterisk on that one. I've looked at the other tennis courts. It seems to me that Uplands needs to be done relatively soon because we've got a stormwater management pipe underneath of it that's undermining, as I read your report, undermining that court.
The inspection that was done on that pipe, I believe it was last year, it showed some signs of concern to have it replaced, and their suggestion from the engineering was to do it in conjunction with the renovation of the courts because they run underneath of it. And so the courts were already scheduled because they are in repair and need of repair. And so that work would be done in conjunction because otherwise you'd be damaging it to then replace it later.
Understood, but we're talking about not doing that until 2026. Is there a reason not to bring that forward to 2025 or 2024?
There wasn't an immediate catastrophic concern of its failure. It was a suggestion to do it at the same time because it would make the most sense to do so.
Okay, so I went to all of these courts to try and understand the timing on them. So our view on Uplands Court is it's playable at least through 2026.
Correct.
Gotta help me understand what we're doing. Shadowwood is currently proposed for 2028. No, wait a minute. $600,000 in 2027 and 243 in 2028. Those courts are playable. They're cosmetic cracks, but there's nothing wrong with those courts.
So the position of that installation was set based upon the last color coat that was done, and that's done in a 7-year cycle. And so the next 7-year period where that court would be then due for its next color coat would be in that 27 and 28 period. And that is likely the time when we want to do another color coat, that it would probably necessitate additional work beyond that. And also that system is running on the antiquated LED system. It'll be one of the last metal halide facilities we have. That would make sense to then upgrade to LED and to replace the system with LED over there, because that would be part of the project. There's already lights existing there. We'd replace it as part of the work. To tear all those lights out, to then put in LED would Swiss cheese the court in the process. So you'd have to rebuild them as part of also replacing the light system there.
So we're talking about repaving, not just color
It's a hook
code
road
and
level.
cracking.
Yeah, it's a hook road level, yeah.
It's a
Full-on, yeah, bottom up.
Okay, it just struck me that those courts are in playable condition and are likely to stay in that condition for a while. And then you and I had a conversation about Autumnwood. It was just had the cracks filled and resealed, and you and I talked about the fact that, in other words, just weeks ago, right? They had the cracks filled in and resealed. And you and I talked about the fact that because of the high water table there, we can only expect that, unlike normal conditions, 5 to 7 years, to last 3 years or so. And if I understood you right, we were looking at building up that court level so it's at a higher elevation above sea level in order to get the sub-base out of the water table. Did I misunderstand that?
The exact determination of what we would do is still a little bit early. We haven't determined exactly what the plan would be to attack it, but one idea would be to, yes, raise the court elevation to try to bridge around the water table. There's also options for building drainage systems underneath and around to help get the water around and away from the courts. And you could even try to build a, post-tension concrete slab that is actually elevated on piers above all of it. So there's multiple options that you could evaluate, but needs to be some type of plan to address the drainage and the soils beneath that court.
Have we figured out whether or not we need to go through rezoning or site plan approval in order to lift the court that way? Do we have any input on that?
Not as of yet.
Okay. The only reason I asked the question is that we're looking at doing it in 2028, and I'm going, okay, how long is it going to take us to get through whatever permitting process we need to go through? And we're promising the people at Autumnwood that we're going to do this in 2028. Again, this looks like a promise, and I don't want to make promises we're not going to keep. The other thing about Autumnwood is that in redoing it, we would incorporate the noise attenuation features that we've been talking about at Barton Hill. Is that something that we would anticipate doing then?
If so directed, yes.
If so directed, you need a motion from us?
It would be a new acquisition and an add-on to the facility that doesn't currently exist, so it would be a CARF item.
May I ask a question?
Yep.
A lot of these budgetary issues that you're discussing are in years yet to come. We have just conducted a community survey that addresses our PrAC facilities, and we don't know yet, we haven't looked at the responses, and those responses may affect the future of Reston Association. I certainly hope they would, or if not, then we wasted a lot of money. And so I don't know how important it is. I hear John saying repeatedly, when it's in writing, it looks like a promise to our membership. Well, we also sent out our membership a survey, and to me, that is a promise that we will take into consideration their responses, and that we may change our direction. Even though we've got a 10-year plan now, we may make some changes based on member feedback. And so I would rather spend time looking at member feedback. I don't know if there's a way for some of these decisions that are not current decisions, they're future decisions.
Yes, they are current.
There's plenty of time for us to change our 10-year projection based on community feedback. Are you suggesting that the community feedback doesn't matter because
No,
this is in
ma'am.
black and white?
No, ma'am. We adopt this capital improvement plan. The board adopts it.
Yes, but we can't,
But it's
we
subject
have
to
not
change.
yet accounted for any of that feedback.
Understood. What I'm trying to get to, Director Don, is if we're going to adopt this capital program, then we're making a representation. Yes, we can amend. Yes,
But I
we-
would like to understand, I would like there to be a wide understanding that a lot of the future year commitments are written in pencil because they have not considered the community response to those surveys. And so if it's understood that we're writing it in pencil, why are we pulling our hair out about relatively small changes at this point when that community survey may lead us to make far more substantial changes?
I think I explained why.
Not satisfactorily to me.
Well, I apologize for that.
Well, you may be the president, you are not the full board.
I
want
understand,
my
ma'am.
views understood.
Thank you for that. And if any other member wanted to go through these kind of questions, we would listen to their questions also. And so, I appreciate.
Okay, we're done in 19 minutes.
Well, there's many a time this evening when I pointed that out. The last issue on the budget, on the capital improvement plan, there was a conversation not that long ago about adding solar panels to some of our buildings. And my memory is that at the time, there was a question as to whether or not the roof as an example, at CSF could carry the weight of the solar panels. Have we revisited that with the renovation to the to the CSF building?
So that was evaluated during the renovation facility and was deemed inadequate to handle the weight and load of solar panels and possible snow load on that structure. So that was already determined back, I remember that during the renovation of
Sure.
the site.
Well, that technology has evolved. Is it something we should be revisiting?
We could perhaps study it a bit further and see if anything's changed, but the roof on that structure is pretty barely able to manage its own snow load.
Yeah.
So adding anything beyond that would, even with the most modern technology and lightest weight materials, would probably still be too much, but we can look into it if directed to.
Well, that's up to the pleasure of the board. I have been properly admonished for the questions I was asking. I apologize for taking up the board's time. Are there any other questions regarding the budget?
We have one more section on the budget.
Oh, boy.
This was
Sorry, guys, I don't think you see me.
Oh,
I didn't know Jen was here remotely.
I'd like to make a point to both what Lori and John were just talking about, and remind the board that our members do not actually have the list of projects that are in any of these years. It's not published to them. So as you guys were talking about it, you're talking about things that they don't know that Rich Heights is in what year. They only have a summary. They have summary buckets thing called like pools, vehicles, pool houses, like. So I don't think we are promising these out year items because we haven't given a list. Having said that, as a previous member, I've requested that list, and I would like the list to be published without the dollar figures for the membership so that we could actually get comments, and it might be a more constructive conversation to have at a future board meeting about the actual projects. And also would remind the board that we, when we do our capital improvements, it's what our funding level per resolution is for 10 years. And so if we're going to talk about moving projects, it really only affects the budget if you're moving projects out past 2032.
Council, we had a conversation about whether or not the
Thanks, Jim.
the listing that I was working off of tonight could be withheld from members. And can the dollar numbers be withheld from members?
Not if they make a proper member request.
I think the question that was raised is, if it's in the packet, does it have to be in the packet in a public way, or can it be placed in a separate folder?
No. The question was if they made a member request for that unredacted document, can they get it? The answer is yes.
Okay, I think I want to understand that more, because before we go to bid, we don't want to tell everybody how much we're planning on spending down to the per inch of concrete.
Oh, I don't think that budget does that for you. I wouldn't be worried about it. I'm more worried about transparency and what's our obligation under the Property Owners Association Act. And I'd prefer not to get a phone call from Heather Gillespie.
Can I clarify my request, though, that I made?
Yes.
Because I have done this, and I have, Tony has given me the full document because I've made the member request before. But what I requested is that the list of projects be put on public Dropbox without the dollar figures attached, so that our members know what projects we're actually putting in capital budgets. I mean, at least for 2024 and 2025, they should know what projects we're considering, because they can engage us on them and have opinions during public hearings that are upcoming without a list of projects. That's my request.
And I'll just share with our CEO that those kind of numbers have been available to the membership in the past, and I'm not aware of it having any adverse impact on our bidding process in the past. But I'm more than happy to have a further conversation with the CEO and with council to how to comply with our Property Owners Association Act. Is there anything else, Mr. Cummins?
Yeah, the last section of the budget report is just helping the board understand the assessment number and what that looked like when I built the budget that you all have there. So we flip to the next slide. I took a look at different considerations. So when you build the budget, we added in all the revenue, all the expense, and all the things we just talked about for quite some time. That number came out to be $872. Now that number, if we flip to the next slide, represents a fairly significant percentage increase over what we actually charged the membership. And the reason I'll parse it like that is we used $1 million to artificially lower the assessment last year. Our budget last year actually showed an 810 assessment for this year, but we didn't charge everybody 810. We charged everybody $763. So we're jumping from 763 to some number for the average member who's not been tracking, all of these meetings. And so I was looking at that $1 million and how we can get back on track, especially as we're truing up the budget and using more accurate financial metrics around attrition, potentially inflation, and all these other things. That means there's less squish, potentially in the budget, which means we got to be much more accurate. 872 looked like a number that was very large to me. And I was trying to rectify that against our strong cash position. So John mentioned earlier that there have been questions about exactly how much cash on hand we have. I'm working on that right now with our finance department, and I will have it for everybody. There is cash money if we want to look at a strategy, which I don't like the term buy down. I think that's a really, really bad term. But the members have paid us already. Using that money in some way to ease into the kinds of improvements that we may want to make in any one particular year can be accomplished as long as we get back to the true cost of running the operation, not just keep putting surpluses in and the assessment's really up here and they're only paying down here. That's really what I was after. So there's a couple of options for the board. One, of course, would be, and I didn't get much direction on this tonight, but to start stripping things out of the budget. Another option would be simply charge the membership the true cost of running the operation, which is $872. That would represent about a 15% increase over last year's actual charged amount. The fiscal committee kicked around that idea. I thought it was very interesting. There were some that said that is way too much to go with in any one year, and there were one or two comments that 15% is not 25 and not 50%. Just as a percentage, that might be okay. So that's something I know they're going to still continue to kick around. The third option would be to use some of our strong cash position. And in the budget that I sent you, I suggested that over a 2-year span. So we need to make up $1 million from last year that we already sunk. And then $400,000 is the big foregone revenue expenditure. So the suggestion that I had was set the money aside now because we have the money in cash. I'll have to tell you the total balance to see how much would be left. $700,000 this year, take the other $700,000 and put it into a money market account, let it generate a little bit of interest. Use that next year and we'll catch up 24 months from now on the totality of those expenses, just in the buy down concept. And that would make the assessment drop down to, I'm sorry, it's really late, 840? 840. That would make it 840. So if you flip to the next slide, so that would be about a 10% increase over what we actually charged everybody. So the number, just to give you a sense, had we charged 810 for this year's assessment, everything you're all talking about fully loaded in this year's assessment would be 7.6% more than that 810 number. In a year that we've already got 7% inflation built in, significant staff moves around CFOs and that sort of thing, and the assessment, that's not an enormous percentage for the kinds of moves that are in the budget. Our problem is we didn't actually use the 810 number this year. We're going against what we charged everybody, which was 763. That makes that number 14.5%. So lots of different ways we can go, but if there's thoughts from the board, it'd be really good to start to hone that in, not get to November and start working on that. I'll stop there.
In view of the hour, I think, and the fact that we've got a couple other things to do, and we need to know what the real number is, Mac. We need to know what the accumulated surplus cash is.
The real number right now is 872. That's the budget.
The real number
No,
of...
that's the budget.
Right.
Cash, what you do to lower the number or adjust it is how you use assets. We're talking about revenue expense right now.
Well,
and this was the charge that staff was given. So let's, one of the problems that we're going to get to in November is all of a sudden we're going to start, horse trading. And that's fine, but at least we started here with a set of assumptions with just the way we've operated for 50 years, cash and carry. So that's where we are. Now, if we want to add stuff or subtract stuff, or we want to take money out, that's all part of the next step. But right now, the budget is 872.
No, I understand.
Yeah, so
But
just,
all I'm trying to get to is, he's given us the information we asked him to give us. I don't think at this hour, we're gonna have an extended conversation about this
I
further.
agree with it, but I just want to make sure everybody is on the same page.
Right. I mean, one of the things that I've heard suggested is that we take whatever accumulated surplus cash, right, and use that to fund our contribution to RRF instead of using assessment money to fund our.
So you basically then zero out the net margin you generate enough revenue to cover all of your expenses. And then that's fine.
And that could have the effect of reducing 872 to a lower number.
Of course it will.
Right. So there are lots of different things that can be done once we know how much we have.
True.
That's all.
And it's a lot less than $7 million.
Well, I'm convinced of that.
Okay.
We have 8 minutes. Director Dodd.
It's my understanding that Mac just asked us for some feedback on this budget draft, and including the final recommendation. And I just wanted you to know that as a board member who is committed to spending money prudently, I like the bleed-in over 2 years strategy so that we can keep increases to 10% or that ballpark. I get uncomfortable with more than 10%. So that's my feedback. Thanks.
Okay.
I
Director Jessak.
I want to remind the board that on the fiscal adopted plan, committee plan, fiscal is looking at our cash reserves and also reported at the last meeting that report their recommendation and their analysis would be coming to the board in October. And so they're working with staff. And so I think that we'll have better insight next month on that. I missed part of this topic and I apologize, I didn't feel good, but I would like to request that I can email some of my comments and I'll email them to the full board after the meeting so that I don't take up more time tonight on them.
Okay, it's 5 minutes to 12. If the last motion was at 12, we have a few other things to take care of before we go, and I promised we would get to them. Can I have a motion to extend to 12:20? So moved. Director Johnson. I have a second. Second by Director Graywich and Director Petrine. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Director Dodd, I appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
And stamina.
Thank you.
And
Sorry, I would like to see you to the end, but I'd like to
it's quite
sleep
all
also.
right.
Thank you.
I really had hoped we'd be done at 9:30, so I was crazy. What else is new? Can I have a motion to defer defer the lessons learned conversation to the next meeting is,
Yeah, so moved. Yeah.
can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor? That's unanimous of all those present and voting, including Director Jessak. Hey, Director Dodd, you said aye, didn't you? You just said aye. I heard you.
Oh, yes, to defer,
Yes. Thank you there. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Lusk, you have something on the community survey. Is there anything there that can't wait until next month?
So Mac and I just discussed it briefly. What I think would be the best decision at this point, we've proposed 2x2 briefings with the board and staff in October. we can provide a much larger overview in those meetings and move forward without the presentation tonight.
Okay, so can can I get a motion to defer this item until October?
So moved.
Moved by Director Petrine, seconded by Director Mapar. All those in favor will say aye.
I have a question before we defer, and I'm fine with deferring.
Just a second, I already called
in
the
the-
vote.
But you didn't ask for discussion. You skipped
Go
that
ahead.
step. I had brought it up earlier in the evening, and Mac, are you going to get us some information about when we're going to go to the community? Because the idea was to also go to the community in October.
Yes. And so the answer to your question is yes.
Okay, I want to make sure, because that would be before our next board meeting. Thank you. Go ahead.
Let our hardworking SLT in the back.
I was going to do that because I was trying to figure out what we need them for, and I don't think we need them for anything else.
No, yeah, we are, now that we're deferring everything else on the agenda. Thank you, everyone.
And I apologize that we made you wait all this time for things that we wound up deferring, but I can't control the flow of the debate too well or too much. Okay, is there anything else on the agenda besides the new business item? And somebody tell me if I'm missing something. Director Jurczyk, am I missing anything?
Executive session before new business.
Yeah, the executive session before the new business. So
I move to go into executive session, get consultation of counsel.
terrific. Hopefully we can get this over with in like 10 minutes. Sean?
Okay, breakfast item 4, anybody?
I told you.
Motion to reaffirm the decision in executive session to extend the meeting until 12:45 a.m.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Director Petrine and Mapar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous, all those present and voting.
Motion to approve the draft casino letter with minor board edits due by 3 p.m. on 9/29/2023.
Second?
Second.
Second by Director Johnson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous of all those. Director Josh Sack, I assume you voted aye?
Yes, aye.
I didn't hear you.
But I said aye.
Okay, that vote is unanimous of all those present voting. Do we have a motion to oppose the establishment of a casino in Reston? So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Director Johnson, seconded by Director Juszczyk. Any debate? Thank God there isn't any. All those in favor will please say aye.
Aye.
That motion is unanimous of all those present and voting. You had a motion from earlier in the evening, Director Juszczyk. Do we want to revisit that, or can we let that go?
I would like to, I think we have to revisit it. We deferred it to later, so we have to take it up.
It's up
But
to you.
regardless, I would like to take it up and have a discussion on it.
Go ahead.
I believe that the topic of taking on a casino, now that we have a board position opposing it, is going to be a large one for the association. It's going to take a concerted effort of full support, continued support from the board, engagement with the community, engagement with professionals that can help us navigate what may hopefully be a very short issue, but could potentially be a very long road ahead of us. And I would like it on the record that our CEO and our board president are going to work together to come up with an initial strategy or plan of action, and that we will continue to have that type of engagement throughout the short process or very long process that we're about to embark upon. I really believe that community engagement, in addition to professional engagement, is critical. And I also believe that our communications need to be aligned in everything that we do. So I'd like to see us take a holistic approach to this issue.
Brittany, do you have that motion? You know what that motion is? Because Director Juszczyk, with all respect, I didn't know when your motion ended and when your argument in favor of the motion began. So
I thought I was only doing the argument. I thought the motion was already on the table from before, and so I was just speaking to it.
I didn't write it down. Do we have, did somebody write down the motion that was made earlier that we put on the table?
Can I suggest that the motion be reworded so that it is short, succinct, and to the point?
Well, this was the argument in favor of the motion, so I'm asking, did somebody write down the motion? Or do you want to you don't have it, okay. Director Juszczyk,
I can try. I'm not going to get it exact. We can go back to the recording, or I guess we can. But my motion, And Travis, I think you seconded it. My motion was to direct the CEO and the board president to work together to bring the board a plan to, and it was an A word, it was activate, to activate the association around the casino issue no later than October, next Friday, which I believe is October 6th. October 6th.
I'm sorry?
Opposing the casino.
Oh, yeah, it should, okay. There was a second to that, Director Johnson, I believe.
Second.
I'd give you.
Someone can motion to amend now that we have a stance. Earlier tonight, we didn't, which is why I didn't include it in the motion from earlier tonight. But we can, motion to amend that to bring us a strategy to oppose the casino in Reston.
I need to speak to the motion, somebody needs to take over, you got the gavel. Go ahead, you want to speak any more to the motion? You need to ask her that.
No, I motion to amend my motion to add the word opposing a casino in Reston. So it's oppose is basically the word I'm adding.
What a mess. This record.
And someone needs to second it.
Can I speak to the motion?
You can speak to the motion.
If you're done, Director Josek?
Yes, I'm done.
Who's got their hand up?
I have no idea who that is.
Okay. I think, first of all, I don't know that I'm going to have something for you by next Friday. There may be other professionals that I'm going to want to consult. Mac may have some suggestions. And so I think the October 7th date is unrealistic and unnecessarily constraining. But the other point is going to the heart of the motion. I don't know that the motion is necessary, since that's what we have to do anyway. And that's what we have been doing anyway, with regard to all of the actions of the association. Both, whether it was any of the land use cases that we've had, and any of the conversations we've had with Supervisor Alcorn. So I don't know what this motion imposes on the two of us that we wouldn't do anyway, that we would be expected to do anyway, that the board would expect us to do this. So the date is just not practical. So, Director Johnson.
The date was included basically at the request of everyone on the board, who said that the amount of time that Jennifer had initially said was too distant. So she pushed it up till this Friday.
I understand, but now we have a letter ready to go out, okay, and that you all have approved. And so that's the beginning of the process. What are next steps, and can I accomplish all of those? Can the two of us accomplish those next steps between now and October 7th? No. Just tell you that right now. I mean, I can imagine there's at least two other lobbyists that I'd want to bring 3 proposals back to the board.
I think, as I understand the request, it's put together the game plan, one of which is hire a lobbyist, don't hire a lobbyist, use these kinds of individuals, use this kind of press strategy, think about how to activate the community and get them engaged and knowledgeable. I don't think about the executing of that so much as this is where we're heading.
That's right, Mac.
It's
at the strategic level, not at the tactical level.
And that's.
Hold on, Scott. We have a problem.
Oh, fine.
We've been bombed.
No, that's cute.
For Christ's sake.
What's that?
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, thank you for catching that. All I wanted to share was that when you're engaged in this kind of an effort, the kind of things that Mr. Cummins is talking about, you would want the input of the person you're going to work with, to have them give you some ideas about what you're going to do locally and how that's going to interact with what they get done in Richmond. And so I'd want to have their input before I come back to you all with a strategy. And so that's all. I mean, again, this would be something that the two of us would work through without this motion. And so I'm at a loss as to say, okay, so what am I going to do that I wouldn't do anyway?
I think having a date, Mac, if we were to follow through with what you were describing, what would be a reasonable date for you?
How about something like as expeditiously as possible, but no later than the October board meeting?
Yeah, I mean, I would like something like that, what Bob just threw out, and I'll tell you why. I mean, so I haven't even had a chance to read the bill yet. I certainly understand the concepts because I've been seeing all the emails and articles and stuff, but I would like to understand from a timing standpoint, like what triggers what and when, and I can bone up on that over the weekend. But if it's as expeditious as possible, but no later than, like 3-4 weeks from now, that works.
Can you make that as an amendment? Propose that as an
I
amendment?
propose that as an amendment to.
Then you know what the amendment is?
Flip it over, turn it on again.
We got a videotape. We got a videotape if you need it.
Yeah, turn it on.
Second.
Just wait.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Jennifer, you're good with the amendment?
Yes.
Get
rid of Sam L.
And so then the main motion, all those in favor, is there any further discussion? Okay, can we have a vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. Jennifer, I assume you voted aye.
Yes.
Okay. There's no more business before the board, Mr. Chair. I don't think I need a motion to extend, do I?
Oh, just barely.
3 minutes. We had 3 minutes.
Thank you all for your patience and your stamina.